development, that prevent good decisions from being taken, that prevent good decisions from being implemented. Give him the wisdom from above. Father, we are looking up to you because only you can help us. And now we thank you for those in authority, in every sphere, in every department, in every area. Grant them wisdom and deliver our nation from wicked people in authority. Deliver us from evil men who will sit in places of authority and do evil things. Deliver us from vampires who will drink the blood of the nation and leave nothing behind. Bless our nation with good leaders. And for those that are there now, we thank you that you are helping them, that your grace and your wisdom is given to them to lead us forward into a good and a better situation. We give you thanks for your great wisdom that is now released into this nation. In Jesus' name, amen.
Ghana MONTIE, Ghana MONTIE, Ghana MONTIE, Ghana MONTIE. Bo, Kasia Bo, Kowaka Tamansa, Amaya Sa, Kasia Waye, Onye Yimu, Nukratrodo, Kamadine Bo, Nitape, Mayentie, Kasia Waji 100.9.
Kwesi Bonkwe.
Yes, I'm watching more about need 100.9 Ghana MONTIE Jumadi so and a yaw. February that also the Onumian Sa Yatna see a barber head near Cosso or my Ghana mo and 7 senior city, Del Bon Crata, and Mon Sem and 7 of you a diacote, the Verse News Online portals, and ne Yatna see no near the Bremo. Na Boko. King David Nin and Pamford Yashirad in Sir Brasso say, yeah, Twasso, Anope, Yatanasi, Kwasi ABOAGYE. They were more copying base and don't do near trade. I said, I need my PeaceFMOnline.com, other major online portals near Dormasi, now, yen share and some no senior city, a websites no. Apologize to us or we will not deal with you. Minority to Afenyo marking. Chese Don Kumano no mokache ora Afenyo marking say na no nsem bia wo kan no anti omde enti so mo pese wo mpa kabo mu ye adwuma no kama dia ni wo mpa mo chew. AG must respect role as stew for parliament in oversight responsibility, majority leader. Ross H.M. Sabonsu, majority leader, no catcher auditor general. Or say, so to me, who parliament, one idiot, no bay, auditor general, and a parliament is one idiot obey. Anti parliament oversight role now, one more year, no. Say auditor general, who say, who here, papa, anti more to Tunasi. Mahama has no solution to Ghana's economic problems. Ahiagba, Richard Ahiagba, communication director, my new patriotic party. And was say, oh, man, Penida da Mahama. Oni hwi ode beboa Ghana o. Ninyina yese ye omampanyi dada Mahama wakwa akofa form sisi ade oyi nanim kan wo so oba begina ewo NDC amanyuku no na software woda teso a leader faithful of the Resurrection Power New Generation Church. See, I did about to just say what one and one said do. Antika credit I could the various news online portals. Mammy Fancy and say that Jack Toronto. No, Jenna be my over. I'm ready today. Okay, Kagumano paid the one cat and your quick.
I was here for the Bacata telegraphic Nadam and what the Aban water say, Caniman Penny, His Excellency. Don Dramani Mahama, a copy forms here. And this Yamanu ko Pesu Tinan Watun Swaba, that what to Frank Amawon. Wakat Africa Union for say, Omo adopted private sector. I war after no said ye bay a dedie, ebe to me a kosokama. Passing was or two. Ewo aya sabi awodo ye yasi ade man kwada na mubuo ya de na tueta no omutese asoto odonfo odum ya ne a watenati Nigeria fo wo ba bibimam hanum seyi a womu no womu dooso pa womu dooso enti Saturday womu kwa akoto aba akoyi mampani wode ho asam aba kama ena ebe host to Accra in this parade ya Weta humfoni adi abetoa na Jelly guide the Bokata ananim ha Abrantie waya communication director ma MPP ya friend Richard Ahiaba watrase obi betumi asesa Ghana economy a enya kanima mpeni Dramani Mahama nso wakope ke forms ya opeso olidi NDC amanyoko ewo 2024 womutase wo wura ya friend Alhaji Baba Kamara KWASI amani dibre campaign na na danko Akufo-Addo ade akade bebrede ama Ghana Police Service womanya 100 cars 600 motorbikes and womu asenya APC no eno so ba ku nsia aya gold wire de kwaje wire no MPF attack say OMC no akasia no na omu benya saa gold wire de kwaje wire yi ho etefa na Ghanaian Trans Democrat ananim ha 30 years yo democracy aban so obeboa na mrasebeta omu atumi agina brane emra bi wo hono mu a omu atumi ase na aboa yen kanema mpani Dramani Mahama wakope ke forms ya so obe contest NDC fo nto abama no afa gold ayede kwaje wayire no ho asem saa wa ha Germany fo aya krado so omu be support Ghana na domestic debt exchange program ekoso no etumi aya ne yie afa yie bi a ekoso omu ya nso owure bi asase atututuo etio no tutu ya pe enipa ba akutim nipa miense prepra ede wo makwa kogu aya sabia akoye awerehosem na the chronic Democrat ananim ha owura Richard Ahiaba en wo ka se wo bi betumi amanage Ghana economy a enya NDC amanyoko kanema mpeni Dramani Mahama wakope ke forms ya watre se osan akodubiri house MPF one woman fight woman tese by this time there asese petrol bo no ba for me sanse odu ayede kwati wayire no ayanse pa enen so odonfo odom ye ne anwumre yi Manchester United woman Barcelona awatu etem no omu akansie no na ye share pa nipa hwe ye pa enti today nso ye bere said ya akansie no ebesi akọ leaders party enim ha ayi abrantie Manase Azure Awuni and watre say MPP amanyoko no ebia yamfa akani ndie nim akani ndie nim no ebra so says wo mu system kakra NDC a suspend parliamentary primaries yomu cover forms no 23 constituencies there womu so womu ntontan so after pre-COVID-19 economic stability ahiaba kyerɛ sɛ aban no wayɛ adeɛ OMCCO yo yɛbɛkɔ peace 104.3 FM so
Abono Sia Peace 104.3 FM Sunni on my mamwache anopa yi kasebo yensa kan ye de bremo no na kasebo fi Peace FM so on cry assign nam okay 101.7 afa nit 100.9 Yenyina ya was ship house Abekan Junction and Crime. And now hello 101.5 FM and so Kumasi Doom. And what your radio stations I would do bebre. Ajika Seboy Madomo Etie, our Ghana near Brochama bebre so afe nina sa peacefmonline.com. Na kasia di bremwe emun samwa edi akotene no mama yentiebi.
Enra ebede adwase omemra hyebedwa fie gitu mu ye adwuma efie aduasani nipa bebre na akere wona dwen afa ho
Osofo be de akire ohweku adwuma nsem so e de atodwa se no kure sesei no esese yesesem ka ne tete ani a ne ade hweku adwuma no
Arawu sama enra ye briche kase ball man ni se osofo pani a oda resurrection asafona no abedadwa se wato nananum wansie do
bedwaku akwhwehwe krobia sante senior high school basabasa ya na no wasi o man kwada ne sei ne ma bebre no wo ma wie hwehwemu no e de asem no abetudwa
Arishma ma edumba ko ball bomu so Ghana eye FA Cup no ochinachi ebesu twe na Champions League ni so enra ka de Man City omuga guy ke helm
Wei eni nsem bia emu ede eni akabo mo no payday so mo se kasebo na moma yenhwe enwumaku o madaroma wo so yasene ne bi
enwumaku no eye dependable herbal home chama ka chem se ahontoso ne be ma nipa do ho anya bibia afa ho beto so wo si ajari anan no na dependable herbal home fo idi na je se CB men capsules and CB women capsules wo mo ye codete papa se CB men capsules no di Suzy herbal center no enjo no de nuro aba eboama be ma ne be ma oba ne oba na be ma ne be ma o ma sitem ya kono ade ntina me kan sa unse iniba bebre wa 7 pedals otisi e ton duro radio so a no ofi say oba ne bema empa sudie duro ne eton to dimrika ko pa bi ato na sabe moni made enchen o da kobu ngwaja topa enye ne ne eka we ye adura ye de mawo na immune system no be ye adwuma na obenya hoden de ye adwuma dene aboa babusua ne wo man na wo so watimi anyi ache na ochena maposo tutume ena machiri bramo ma wo amagimi wiu ena mi chepe da bi o bredodo yo ho aduru CB women capsules ma de ena CB men capsules ma de CB soap semina jai ebe mo ntia ifa ya kono JA Binding Company Limited JA Binding Company Limited be bia Ghana for ajatum buy 20 disinfectant ejawajo odi hospitals hotels schools hostels be film offices obia de twu from abrana so obi de kono washroom twuchu wia say nwinwinwinwim emoamo anketenkete james ema washroom tin ade enya akono ekra mu nyina one time for your mind o sa akode it is here de JA Binding ono eni ekram say twe nanim open dodo atu a obefre 0541 8896 0541 8896 and 0243 1043 83 hwe eye dependable herbal home pasabesi so pan eno ni asem no koko beko obu atime yam agem krrr kafra yade na ya ota no kope dependable herbal home koko aduru to paye obobi gu yam se pe na ekro no se de awie maye no ezora nya na ebeto bossa sabrofo nka se ukoto na posa no awo beba modern zo benya aduru dependable herbal home 0242 223 555 this way chocolate drink as you go poku do yan so hie we da so nyansa no pay no sipi be kan pika no anya bi di free bonto onto Ghana for monum di so e no na eboan ye na moto ya ne ka se bonum ye me na anwo fedua achenkwa na menum bremu wodi ahenkan kwame yeboa enavi
Ajua yeboa eje afi kasebon mu nsemu enie na anu abasabasa yesi ye e wo krobia Santis senior ye technical vocational institute e wa santimantemu no sani amanfo nyina ekaye no badwafo tena ase eyi nipa bi de hye won sase won hwehwem no bi sebisa won tietie nkofo no se ade poti ne nnam so a ekofa sa haw no nyina ede baaye na enye obi asa santimantemu sofo honorable Simon say mensa and a pause our committee de share one sa say ade bi ho na ba ne won hwehwem anhunu de ekofa ba ya nhwa dachi na ebi asense bio it is our committee ne hwehwem ye pa na committee no justice Samuel obedi awuo wono oye justice anase oye temuafo e wo court of appeal wono no otenemu sa pani oda sa abadwana no ye omo hwehwe asem ni mu anopai de omo de abato dwane say committee no awie ne dwumadi e de share ne nsa no ye mane na wotwe mienu de ka se na wotwe mienu de na sese wo wie ane esa ma na kwanya sese ekohia se na wotwe mienu na chi wo san de dwuma bi de bo a obeti wo mama de brek kakra obeti me asan je brek kakra de atoso enti ampani ampa afei no ma wie nhwehwemu no nyina wie akruchi enema omo huye ane ne omo teye no agu nkrata so dia koma soafo no a wode adwuma ehye wo mo ensa no wo kyeremu a de enti a ema na wotwe mienu no ebroye no ne nyina fare bai ene se nipa ne bisibisa won yese na asemesi kra obi ene mo nkofra asemesi mra ne misa no sa nipa ne bebrenya kumase no mo wo ene ntina ema na gibre dodo ansa na wonyasafo nyina de watena se abisabisa wo mo ensem committee na bechie mu se enipa be se duasa ene mo bisa wo mo nsem ye mo ya dansefo mo ni kohyia hunu ye enema ekoso no ene nti soafo owura osai mensa ada committee na se so mo ya de pa ebisa sa ma ne bo we se ehu ehia mpanifo na nipa na woda badwakuo na no eye justice Samuel obedi awuo ya court of appeal wo ye emu temofo ene bi ye right reverend Nuben Abubakar wono so wo ye retired Methodist bishop woka badwafo no owura David Edu Osei wono so eye asantimantemu retired regional commander Emma Omaitete adwuma NIB won weka ho bi ye owura Richard Adojamfi wono so Ghana TVET services no woka ho bi wono ye pani a wo hye chie e wa santimantemu eye acting Ashanti regional director wono so ka ho bi ena Dr. Abeku Apre wono so kan na oye principal Ema Kumasi Technical Institute wono so na oka bedwafo no sani amanfo nyina enim no na no ne eti se basabasa ye asi e wo Krobia Asante Technical Vocational Institute ye wo santimantemu adesuafo no eti ahomamu ebonyenye sese niema din samone ani breso masam nyina ne se womunuan mu akwotro wasi ensohwe no wo ma anya de omomode mo no ankoyie agusuku nani mu ase ase omudin eto omubuafu se teacher na anya na dwuma yie achechefo anya de se so mo ye de na kwa bone a ema mo etwa potosa na so muti potosa no eni tine kwa fa sa abufuo yi ba ya koda ne ka jagu mo ss niema ena mpanifo gina so ti sa committee yi edi adwuma yi ehye wo mo ensa
outside our was outside the remit of the regional coordinating council. And since they will preach on their own, maybe the time that you give them to even submit certain report might not happen. Might be, and this will delay your work. But within all these challenges, you will be able to do excellent work, even though I'm not going to it. And I know you all, and I know your capacities, and I know you deliver in fairness and with utmost professionalism. We cannot do away with it. All that we can do is to minimize it, and also pray to God that it doesn't happen. Anytime the need arises, we call on you to come and assist us. We pray also that maybe with the remaining period of my tenure, I don't experience it. It looks as if there have been crisis upon crisis. I did not people like you who effectively handle the investigation processes.
We are nipa ye tene ka sei eya santimantemu sofo honorable Simon Osei Mensa
ya de mu kopie mu opanipa wono no da dom dodo na no Ghana mrahye badwafie onu nyamfo Osei che mensa bonsu na sema wakanya se enwe bede adwa so men mrahye bedwa fie no yete se ye de adwuma emfinhye aduasemu an ye wei na so nyame anwo ye mobo yakoya nim kakra fan guhye ane kumfun kakra ile ni ti awkwam ho emre to abawie 2020 ni epe opani a obeye mrahye bedwafo ni nyina cha mehene ena kumpunka ba ko yi ni ti ene bi fa nkonwa na ebi fa ballot box ni nyina ka brabo no ho no say che mensa bonsu se no kroni nyame anim nie ohwe Ghana mamra na yedi bu o men ya ba bia ya di akwakodu de e wo se etimi sesem kakra saa sema da bia ti radio so ya kan mpanfo tie de ono nyamfo say che mensa bonsu e ka nya ne se e wo se ba bia o men ya bobra kodu de yetimi nya emra e hye e pete se be nya national development agenda say amanyokuo we ba was me ye say mesi affordable housing we mu na hye asentiment to aso no wagya gu ba bi we so da adwa ne hye me ye say mesiment me hye me ba no me nyu da adwa me ko ekevin IP na eda ho edan so o men sabi ye hye da need developmental agenda nti amanyokuo mienu a aba ba mu pemie no nyina no NDC ene MPP obi aba de open woyo wototo o men gu basabas ye say wodwon kura wonti ase enti wando osusu se baby adiga na mamra na abobra akodu no enwuhia pa se saa bi de behwe mra ne biem ne yesese nwomam ne yehwe omen haw ne yebomodin ye mra ye betimi ede awen omen na oman na akonanim yentie ononyamfo osei chei mensa bonzu
that would remodel the composition of the NDPC, the National Development Planning Commission, to purge it of the overly partisan coloration and populate it with neutral citizens who develop a real long-term national development plan around which the parties would extract their manifesto and therefore ensure that succeeding administrations continue the programs and projects started by their predecessors in order to prevent the wanton dissipation of the scanty resources of this country. A new constitutional order where the Auditor General will respect the fact that he is a tool for Parliament in the performance of its functions, the oversight functions, and therefore cannot unilaterally exact and prosecute surcharges, and even before submitting his reports to Parliament, find a way to leak the recommendations to the general public.
Ononyamfo say chairman na wo ka se o men se bi nyoma ye di bu o man mo man ye enno so sa nenso amanyo sama ye organ henti ye ni national agenda obi aba me ye se meto agwesh manya nto mi kotobo fruit eti upompo mediganet ka betobo fruit utimi nya ne hwe owe no sare tu su biom se o si etimi ye mra so obi bedi mampani a enya zemra ayi asoafo no pe 123 125 no wa paw ezi etimi nya baby say ube mampani a aswafo wa power 23
constitutional order that will mitigate the winner takes all and prevent the do or die combat associated with our elections. We need a new constitutional order that will prevent the constant increase in the number of seats in Parliament. We need a new constitutional order that will put a cap in the number of ministers of state. A new order that will ensure that the Speaker of Parliament is a serving member of Parliament and that the Parliament of Ghana does not remain as one of only 9 parliaments in the world whose speakers are not members of Parliament. We need a new constitutional order that will accord Parliament the financial independence that is required to enable Parliament to stand on its own feet.
Eni amutie ye ba no Daniel do edom dudu na no Ghana mrahye bedwafie ononyamfo eye owura osaiche mensa bonsu
wi ayetoa ensem no so Oswafo abedi achi ohwe nuane ani kwadwuma ho ensem so onabo ya frempon ana yakasai wakamfo na hima no mo Ghana ye omokon do ne nti wode wo ho ahye kwadwuma mu so omo yade pa omaboa menne Ghana kwadwuma sem no tuo na mo baako ekonanim wosese na hima no de omo ho hye kwadwuma mu a na chese ka ne tete gidie bia ne ye wo ana se nimo yenim se o kwadwuma de ya na emema dwuma emakra do mo ntan pafuo eye na fe so kwa wo padwuma bia ma osika ema osika nhie na benye sika bo obra enye kwadwuma na ye koye enye dwuma papa bia ene kwaya krampo de gisa drusu tobre ensonto ya pa oba bitina wose ahima no de wo ho hye kwadwuma mu wasa de we no omo isa tete wadwe we nyina eje free enipa chimti akamfo wo mo na ekasa mu no wo kire se eba yesa ya betwe ho Africa ne tete sa adwen yi a ya ne adwen fa kwadwuma ho no se kwadwuma ya mema dia sika nim na gise duru su tobre no enye na enei no asase nyina ya hunu se kwayo egina enipa brabo na se nipa brabo no ne fa pem egina kwadwuma so na afa nso so no ensese ma bibia kyekire obi ana obi kase wo fare ana woni sika ana mfaso obi ani so ana se bia oye krache wo ye uraba enyema bebre ni ensese ma kwan emesi obi ya kwan wo kwadwuma ho ebiewu ewo man Ghana ni anansoma onabo ya frempon di nsem etudwa no and said womu wadwabo bia wo fere say gathering of the royals ye omo ya na afiafi bia na ne fe toso enum na ekoso ya Agric House Foundation ekuo ne boss ha edwa no womo to nsafre ahema no mu a wodo omo ho ahye kwadwuma mu ewo Ghana mantam du nsia ni nyina mu ebodwa kese ma won ewo nkran eho ena soafo abedi echi ne kwakasa ya wode nsem etu edwa wo se we se eye kwan papa nam so abeboa amakurayo ani kwadwuma ho nsem atimi asipi ewo omai Ghana na mama ye ntie ensem a opani no ade tu dwa no ebi
Agric take place power in Kron Ketwa no na ho na asase no wo it is a wunya assembly of Queen Mothers it's a Queen Mothers no Queen Mothers they see hene enti asase semwo in Kron Ketwa no Queen Mothers na edi hu dwuma so if wunya Queen Mothers from all over the 16 regions assembled at one place. Now a Greek minister, I say we take advantage. Now do said every information that needs to go out as far as a Greek is concerned. I say now to me Omubeka. And this is the second time my friend my baby we first met last year and this year so but a work in progress and just as I indicated because they are integral parts of the Greek revolution that we want to implement.
We are the piety and Casay, a soafo abedi achi ohwe kwadwuma ho nsem onabo ya ofrempon na no achi executive director yoda Agri House Foundation ekuo na no omo no bo dwafra hemafo no a omo ye kuafo no omo asema pani oda no abeta na na echa akosa asema odi tu dwa no ene say Wotayete tiuntia, nanti afrafra himanu mua, na nanmwa himanu omu oye kredumano, every Ghana mantam dunsiani nyinemu, edu omasiano, and ya kwany of nam subetimi abua, ama womu kreduma samne, etimi tu anamo, akwane na Ghana ye krea yon samno, etimi ayeyi.
Time I program Ghana say I na you to kwan echo the first one Volta region na yes echo Ashanti region echo Upper East and Upper West echo Western and Western North region this time you focus in Greater Accra region the Queen Mothers are almost full about together we policy advisors, Ministry of Food and Agriculture, have they in town. They say, how to me, ama agriculture no, ako name like work together. Bema are impactful. They believe that Queen Mothers no, are very instrumental. Will influencing growth at the community level.
Yeah, eno achi. Yesani ahimafo no a womo eye kwadwuma no mo ba dwumadi na se bie no kasae womo so sei na womo ekaye ayesress amanfo mfa nchen ye nya saa ene no emma na nipa yete ne kasa akirei na na akira akosa oye executive director eda Agri House Foundation ano
Professor Fred McDagboluri wono no yo panipa woda academic city ano Edi Assembly Ababetu Boche Institute of ICT Professionals. Na nasema woke nyansa mpase baby we ase chima kohwe no. Akwa kodu abefu kwanso. Intu omambi ene ni abresa krodom na opesu obobura ko nanimu no. ICT abefu kwan wi firi abrabom se wi. Nanto asema asem na ato wo. Intaja mu ani kon pa. Na wani Peace FM chuchunko omna tech job fair. Eno omode kokọ so omode hyehyɛ so wo enkrakupe mu ogopi mu wo ho. Ana Professor Fred McDagboluri kasano odi tu dwa se hwe enemebu na aba no omadwe sharp keke kyese oma bin se ja na so etuo enyachiginafo a ubeti di mayao etimi atofo na nto de adante na sema enya de betene emfa enti baabi edu owiase no e was aban ne ankwankwa modern di sika ne dwatire ewura ICT na emrantere mabawa a omwo saa nimdie no ye de taa omachi no munya saa nimdie ne de beboa ye man Ghana na yɛn nso yɛtumi akɔ anim abrabom ewiase sɛbe sɛ waafo ɔkɔ na wantumi ankɔ bi a yɛbu sɛ wɔ akwadworo sɛnsɛn sɛ yɛde mawrɛ ɛgye asra na amfa de ankɔgye bi a bɛka so mawrɛ hohoi awu yentie Professor Fred Mark Dagboluri.
We have some entrepreneurship funding to support young adults who have ideas that they want to launch. But we also need to figure out how technology is an integral part of our national development plan. We have a national ICT policy, but we need to deploy it. We need to realize it. So I think there's a part for government and there's also the part for the private sector that we need to make sure that these kids are getting access to internships while they are still on campus so that they'll be job ready.
Now we na president president of the Institute of ICT Professional Ghana no Owura David Gowu ono so ekasai na de Owura Gowu eka nyane say sa job fair wo ye tech job fair wo ye enipa bi ebrum pimienu 2000 participants na bi na mbota ne say ombema won a we businesses ene won a wo pa adwuma e wo abafu kwan so no ombenya enkomodie bi na adwentoto bi akoso na asanso aboa ememabunu enya nimdie efa abafu kwan ho.
Since 2021 we started the tech job fair. The first one, we had it online, and the participation was good. So in 2022, we decided to have it here at the Accra International Conference Center, and we had good participation. So this year, we doubled our efforts, and today we are having a very big tech job fair with a lot of people, almost 2,000 people here. Businesses are here, more than 60 businesses, a lot of conversations ongoing about how to be prepared for jobs. We think that we need to use technology to connect people, and we need to use technology to better the lives of our people, particularly our young people who are out of school and looking for jobs.
Any MONTIE opening ono ena oda Institute of ICT Professional Ghana ano Owura David Gowu.
Abusia mutie kasebwe fi Peace FM so on cry. Ya humeso ato nkrataw ya ibesan aba.
Peace FM. So wakoma ho hyehyɛw ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a ɛde ne sɛ woyɛ na sɛ woyam so atim so
wo be pack na farmer Martin's liver salt tira kwan entem ahwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba ko ano na wo de agum
wo be hu sɛ ehuru wa glass no mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonumu a ho beto na mum edi nanu na ho ntowo a ko hu doctor
Amanfo, the Amoka Chef Freddy's Corner Home Appliances or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a ye papabia, a biwo Bransbane, Media, Samsung, Kaiware, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and Nidia Kekeka home. Nia ubenya good warranty dia. Ko Freddy's Corner Home Appliances ukokumemle. CCTV a boama monitor of properties any business at anywhere in the world. CCTV need da ho. Ewo detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector. Utimi connector ma phone. Na monitor baby a wo wiase bia. Freddy's Corner Home Appliances abeka Freddy's Corner edwosu ahodoa oton phones ene ehun accessories no. Fresh 0544 959195 ana 020793732 and now so Brakokomemle City Light in Chehwa. Na ya can discount any achadia. Ubetiasie. Freddy's Corner. Home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
Amen.
Yenim samu busase ni je asene sei.
Asene se wo de amen Nigerian seniani awo herbal ayaresam bio na nkunimdie adasidie na ase ani abasobode nkoa. Se wanso wo hwe apomdim ahoto a wo de abra manfo efiri yentri so ekosi ya na ase. Ehina yade sha amen hu ensaw yade. Wo de nro ni abefo efidie echi yade no kunu what time.
Amen e de herbal accommoding was signed the naturopathy and homeopathy kwan ekunye nyarewa.
Say sukuu fofri amano ne behwe ekwania yade herbal say yade e wo amen.
When nyina enti e na yade anigye fra from say. Sanye pa wo yare bi hyehye wo ho ana yare bi abagye akonya wo nipadua mu a Allah shafi onyamene yaresafo inshallah enyame adoma ayaresa beba
Ami wadome wabe old snake flat.
Ultra modern branch Waklagon, Tama Road,
Frey 020-722-9505 and a 0245-275254. Amen Scientific Herbal Hospital.
Peace FM.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knobs.
Yamamo akwaba afe yetwa akankase bono so. Arawu nsama yede sorry afisam ne akọ amanone de na agudie mu nsam ne sei. Osofu pani a wono en woda asafo kinchenche kese ba akwa no wo mamu ha. Resurrection Power and New Generation Church. And the Reverend Dr. Anthony Kwadwobuache. Amafo bonam na ne resurrection no ageso power. Ene akra daya wan sorry. The lawyer ni a wono en wotunufo wo emrem. Once I sorry ba no di akotene wa Resurrection Power New Generation Church ano. Ena ninsasha secretary yase. Meche lawyer Alexander KK Aban. Na 17 ni tete nyina say. Oduma nkuma wo ya yade ne di kan bebo papa ibosumi October. Ne da na eto so aduonu miensa 23 October 2021. A to form papa to form mu kom ne kwa hospital no na je say a stroke yade bi ena e kan to ho. Enzo oduma nkwa Nyankopon hu ne mobo ema adokotafo nso egya na so hwe na yade no ema ne ho to ne kakra. Sabe no mo de ne ekoto ayasabe fense Health Link Medical Center eno wo East Legon na eno achi no ena ne ho to no nam so ama afie atwa mu kura 31st watch night papa yanka se simu kakra na busuafo ne na sorima eboa no ema ne be di asori anim mo ye watch night services ewo ason dem ho efiri wono na osanso wo miamia bi a omanfedi antudwa a wotimi ne asafoma no ekasa firi ho no mu sampa omo papa omade nyina Anthony Kwadwobuache Resurrection oraso etiase anse yeso oba aso no kasa ohwa eya ne nsabe nkumu no emu kano pa enom sade no ko ayasabia na wonso woni nipa womre ni kopio Kolebu Teaching Hospital enene nansen ya meche ebrande etwa mu adokotafo guso mo hwe ne senkaja obenya nkwa no asa ba biem enso empanfo kan wo moase owuo krade a enkwa entimi nye enti lawyer Alexander KK Aban ejina asafo no anim ene ne ma na busuafo asafo mpanifo anim aboganafo nyina nka yese oman di share a na wo yanyamedwuma Reverend Dr. Anthony Kwadwobuache awoda Resurrection Power and New Generation Church nanono yanum ebena de ya wakanchi agu ama watoa nananom ewansiedo yamabusua yako
we arehusem papa yamabusua nyina yako yabusua yakọ manone ensemu emu Nigeria manye eto aba memne da ebe ya yo chinechi ya Nigeria ya nkasi enuanom ne wo mo to abade ayimampani foforo na o mayimrahye bedwafo amane abeto adwane se amanfo aboaboso papa wase ye nto aba wo Nigeria ema mebunu ema aboso omani abrese we die ne die besi bia besi wo mo afi no manya mfedi nwotwire obia die mika kwotwendin sa afi obia so ntintina obia pese oto aba bi ebi so mabre ene sabia memu bone ya aban bia ba no atete ama wo mo adie no se mo kaye afi 2020 oyo ne kase bi ya daawire kase bi omotweye eye end SARS anti police eyi na ekoso a wo mo nam so sese niema nipa wuwu ye nipa prepraye abaye Nigeria for time kase no eno krampo ka ho bi wo mo adwen mu no mo nyina awiata so sese ne etie die afi no omo beto aba obi ampeso be yi ne ho e de afiri abatom titru eye mrante ne mabawa afi no monya emfishia edu nwotwe Wachese Nigeria for bebre kasa sa afedi o mabre na dono afro te gari afedi yoyi amemo boni mfie bebre no omo abre o mani nkwana nim eno nkwana chi ejira fa ko afen so bi ate mani wanu osro enene yakokum nipa ade acheni ya tutuo ade acheni ya shiwei ade acheni we de bomba sha ne ho ewuwu bebrebe eno danche ye nipa wie suku a wo munya dwuma nya de ene mpem anim wo kan nya de abehunu ano o mo se sa de wanya no mabre no ntina obi awiata so obeto aba wo Nigeria memne da eben say wo tie mu a enipa du nwotwe 18 no mo dia ba bonte so mo gina apre mampani akonwa e wo Nigeria memne da abato a eba so no emu na nipa 18 no wo mo so ekwato aba no e nipa opepem aduokono miensa ani akire po 93.4 million voters and omo ayakrado memne day omo eto aba omo to mampani die ne wie a Ombasi agina so ato abayi mrasebadwafo ahanan aduosia nkono 469 omo mpi no omo mpanifo no omo nkuma so na omo chese memre da no pa no nwotwe ne fa kan 8:30 na abato na hyase omo do mo wie awia no mienu ne fa 2:30 pm na omo ato aba na wie na omo hyase kenkan wo sese nipa bebrebo ne din se omo susu obetimi adi enkunim Bola Tinubu All Progressive Congress abato no Amanyoko no wonu na wodi wo manim ena kani mampani abedi akire Atiku Abubakar ono so ne di ababonten se anhwe ono so betimi adi nkunim abrantia ba koni di Peter Obi Labour Party omo candidate no wonu no wo ya abrantie fe no anya bese mfinhia duosia ba kon nipa nyina susu se wonu sanhwe yi a obema nipa ni so abiri wonu oba mu nche bia na so wa gina pre aba no makomako empenum ni nyina ogina no walusu woi ne ye de toso ensia ya wosan ko gina apre mampani akonwa no na se wotie nipa binum ano a omo se Nigeria fo ne sa feed omo bra ne nkokorafo no eti enye nwanwa sa brantie yi Peter Obi omo beto aba na edi mampani akonwa ma no wo Nigeria
afeye fi Nigeria ne emra Ghana mebobo kakra ene ebeyi nkeche agoframa so nsem nyame adma efiadai eyo china na de chise wi memne da ena ne kwasi ada Ghana be de MTN FA Cup ebesu se twe memeda ne de Dreams FC Omni Liberty Professionals ena de bebom se ta atajufo wa yenzu ade de kwasi ada Ifra sole ba pe 3 pm anima ado adaruma odie be chin Ghana nyina enu aduana stars omne asante kotoko metena na uguma pembeba local champions yene aduana stars ampe bedwa abusia drafts wamso omni kotoku royals papa no ochimani da so kotoku royals abusia drafts yenkwala omo ye division 1 fo ene ye premier team e be trombosumia edua maburu Heart of Lions, Omio Division 1 for Omni Sky and Ebo, Esrem say Yatafu in Romuso, King Pfizer, and Stanford United, and Edible Boom say Pine, Legon Cities, Legon Cities, Omni Voter Rangers, and Yare Jojo, Ebesu say Tree, in Swatramai, and the BB, as a young man, Omnomo and Edible Boswo. And RTU as one in Samates and the big jump to Tetrao. Na Ghana Premier League in the American Soccer, na way FA Cup, and only a man who small teams no more, omutim by Jens and Jenny Pan. It was okay. A year moving Masters and Tokotoko. Na Yanko Champions League. And na a do as a depra, Man City, and a Halad, or Halad again, so Obesham Watch at ya RB Lesbeck. Na amfa almost share one nail on this one behavior can let me for I don't take an equal one purple or purple fetch on work on Anguziaga. Inter Milano and near Italian team Omne FC Porto near Portuguese team Portugal anybody from Portugal is called Portuguese woman so Inter Milan for sure make kabako momentime ante intercomparison sem yedesi
wi abusia kasebo no asi yene amote yene yajoa yeboa agye ena
amansan de hye konkron na wo fedua achenkwana na menum bremu wodi ankan kwame yeboa JA Bani Company Limited ono no ma kasebo na de sanse ban 20 disinfectant no omu de clean yadwuma mu hanyina ndi ate wan ko pebito ate ena dependable herbal home woman no de event say Kwe Plus uze obu adum Kwe Plus no obi nkwe etimi kan no kwe na oginu ba bia enye ubu adum Kwe Plus ne bia ebe kren one time e de amount koku bu na ni wisi kope adum Kwe kla eni bi na no ebe bo Suzy Aba Center Susie, I number Susie woman capsules, the Susie men capsules.
Don't move casa adding.
Papa, Susie men capsules and the women capsules. And no, you couldn't move. And this way, you are in Sushi. As they go Bogu, but you go have me say, but Minka.
Welcome to Thursday morning. Welcome to Thursday morning.
At the Roko Fiaman Woman so Ejiji Tonton Sansan, ewo NEAT 100.9 FM.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John tuma me ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afi bia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. Wo den kan no ntumu ho. Me be mo anu nsu hye kura dia ka ho. Wo hwade a wapi ho. O ka sa batete e da fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Crash up pay baba wari.
Asew.
Ye fi say this way chocolate drink ya sorry no pa no ne yenom. Ye be hwe fridge nom no se snack. Ye nya hoho a no ne ye de serve wo mo. Ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink ne yenom. And this way no ti ano a, he se kire wom, kwakwo wom, brick wom, bibia wom, ade wo hia ne so se.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so se.
FDA ahwe se adwede nkrato mo agya tum se eye.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
Oh, there's some papa. Kasia bo. Kowaka temunsa. Amaya se. Kasia waje.
Onye yimu. Nukretrodo. Kamadine bo.
Nitafe.
Mumayentie. Kasia waje 100.9.
Kwesi bonkwe.
Well, you should conclude. This is a mathematical situation. We defeated the person twice. So is that suggesting that we're afraid of him? No. That's it. We're not afraid of Mahama. In fact, he is afraid because he can't tell whether he's going to run or not. As I was telling you, a couple of days ago, he was asked if he was going to run. He said, you don't know, you never know what would happen. I mean, if you want to contest, you know you contest. We are ready for him. We are interested at this point in how we can build the economy. What we are interested in is whether or not he has a solution. Because we saw him vanquish gains that he got. We saw him collapse our economy. We saw him collapse our banking sector. We saw him cause Ghanaians to live in absolute difficulty in this country without electricity. It was an economic situation, he couldn't manage it. He's coming, we want to interrogate. That was why we're emphasizing for you that hold everybody to the fact. What is his proposition? What is he bringing? We want to know. You force that conversation to happen. So far, I don't see that. We're allowing the NDC just hide behind the difficulty, which difficulty we have explained to you come about because of the COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukraine war. They are denying that. You are allowing them to get away with it. We want you to hold them accountable because all of us have equal stake in this matter. If Ghana is not doing well, both of us, all of us are not doing well. So if they want power, they must show us why they want power. And why you want power is what ideas you have to build this economy. So if anything at all, he is afraid because we don't think that he has the solutions for this economy. And he can't do it. Because if he would have done it, if he had what it took, he wouldn't have taken an economy growing and vanquish it and take it to IMF. That is the crux of the matter. If he has a solution, he should bring it. That's what we're waiting for. If he tries to come, if he gets the confidence, he masters the confidence to come, I tell you, with the support of Ghanaians in building this economy back and forcing him to tell us, what is it? Remember the last time he tried? He said one of his ideas was to legalize Okada, right? And between you and I, if that is the option he has, we want to see what he's bringing. Those ideas, those visions that he has, which vanquish this economy, we want them to come and repeat it. He has nothing new. That's our belief. But if you help us, as the fourth estate of the realm, if you can force the conversation to be had in this country about solution, about what the NDC has, not about what is happening in the country. Yes, what is happening, and what is your response to it? If we force that conversation, the NDC will lose any day. And you know, the electoral numbers, NDC has not won comfortably in this country. They always, if they do, win by the skin of their teeth. And we are confident that if we do this based on issue, the NDC any day will lose to the MPP. With all humility, we understand that our party, our orientation is what prevails around the world. Their social democratic proposition is losing grounds. There's nowhere in the economy where you see a booming social proposition as the NDC would like us to have. They only can flourish if there are grants around the world coming to help them. But we are able, on our own, generate and build an economy. That's what we have done we've done until COVID came in. So we're saying that if you can help the situation, can help Ghanaians engage in a constructive conversation about ideas, the NDC will lose any day.
For goodness sake, all my regional chairmen, all the regional chairmen for National Democratic Congress, from Upper East to Western North, each of them, I say, each of them in their own capacity, as whether Big Edu, as whether Musa, as whether Nanatoku, as whether Big Edu, as whether Ashimo or whatever, as John Kojo Japan, as Agbabito support John Dramani Mahama. And almost all of them are here. But for 2-3 people who ask permission for other reasons why they are not here, all of us, and take it from me as a Dane, all of them. And I can tell you, even the whole country, almost all the constituency chairmen, you won't get 2 or 3 that will go against John Dramani Mahama. No. In NDC, we respect hard work.
For, but they are asking for a well-experienced leader. In this game, the current economic crisis in this country, leadership counts. 2 keywords: leadership counts. And if leadership counts, then experience is the key. One who has done it before, and one who is very humble, one who shows love to the people, and one who believes in people-centered policies. Fortunate for us in the NDC and in the country as a whole, we have somebody like that. And we can't afford to allow him to sit down whilst we have a very huge challenge, tax segment. So we are here to pick his form and to work for him. Working for him is not only working for him, but working for the National Democratic Congress and working for the people of Ghana.
time to re-engineer our constitutional architecture to conform to today's realities. We need a constitutional order that frowns upon winner-takes-all syndrome, a new constitutional order that will ensure gender equity and, in many respects, equality. We need a new constitutional order that will prevent the constant increase in the number of seats in Parliament. We need a new constitutional order that will put a cap in the number of ministers of state. A new order that will ensure that the Speaker of Parliament is a serving member of Parliament. New constitutional order where the Auditor General will respect the fact that he is a tool for Parliament in the performance of its functions, the oversight functions, and therefore cannot unilaterally exact and prosecute surcharges, and even before submitting his reports to Parliament, find a way to leak the recommendations to the general public.
Akasma be dunum na no so abo Neat FM ya no pajumedie Ghana MONTIE so no asio goe ye frame KWASI ABOAGYE me nam dijumedie o chiame kwabena mafo so kam ho ebe boa ne ehia nchechie mu ne se okenkan de obonkrata no beboa no akenkan de amaye Michael said we'll see and count radio so 100.9 Sanso and your Facebook ubetimi tie no ahwe bi Neat FM 100.9 Despite media, our YouTube, I bet you need to FM Chakwan. And now, ya war a year February, need that also a Dionomy and Son. Okay, so yeah, Baba Chair, and Seminole Senior City, the various news online portals, and pay and Seminole Hodom see any more Baba Chair. If you are the Bonkratano, so no Yaji, any more Sem, na near interviews, as in Chichimu, ya de Bremo, ya de, and also at the Bremo, na ya Queenum Sam, getting to the tail end, and so Yebenya, our Baba Kainwa, ya penny for Baba Chair margin, a would be so need 100.9. A paint Yakegum, Moakwaba. I mean, shall so do a video, no, but they are to Hanum say. Now, Yankengumwe, Yanko. Well, Yanfasa like I say from peacefmonline.com, ni other major online portals, and pay na yenemo enche and semno senior city. Apologize to us or we will not deal with you. Minority to Afenyo marking. The minority in Parliament has urged the Deputy Majority Leader Alexander Afenyo Markin to apologize to the group over his comment on their decision not to approve ministerial nominees. The Deputy Minority Leader, Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Buah, speaking to journalists, said that Minority Caucus will stop working with Mr. Afenyo Markin if he does not apologize and proceeds on the tangent.
So I'm power no matter woman in she woman not on quanta pie. Now, Deputy Minority Leader, Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Buah, and one in some for Kasan water say. Minority Caucus no. Omune ononyamfo Afenyo Markin beto nkwanta pae. Ta wampa omutew na saa atemdidie bi a osori anu odidi minority fo no a ono nkwa parliament won nete wo omu minority de woman ne to nkwanta womapai.
AG must respect the role as due for Parliament in oversight responsibility. Majority Leader Osei Chairman Sabunzu has criticized the Auditor General for publishing its report on disbursement of COVID-19 funds without recourse to Parliament. According to him, the Auditor General is an instrument for the legislature to perform its checks and balances on other institutions, hence must work in tandem with them.
Abusuafo no nyamfo se Chairman Sabunzu. Oya majority leader osaya swafo a wohwe mrasebetefie osaya mrasebeteni. And waka saying, was it what the tag general or ya dear biaya and ya kama kran woman in your home, especially COVID-19 as Sika by ye, and the quiet fast way you use Sikano. So why your report to a rear and Kafabra Parliament na and Mrasebe da Funsem, almost woe, because what the tag general no, only Mrasebetano a year to my boom. Enti bibi ankoye yes yan take yamfa wentuye yade atuye yanu na ye atuma we di antesa onya akoye report ni wie ya pe an wo be publish to on website enya yanya de yesa we yesa asa ummumra sebedano yanya de yesa.
Mahama takes nomination forms to contest in NDC flag bearership race. Former President John Mahama has picked nomination forms for the upcoming National Democratic Congress NDC flag bearership race. This follows his declaration intention to contest the elections to the minority caucus on Tuesday during a visit to his residence. He has the full backing of all regional chairmen of the NDC and his former contender Joshua Alabi, who believe he stands tall among all the candidates and must be given the nod to lead the party in the 2024 general elections.
Abusuafo kanima mpeni Tontamani Mahama afedi ya wakope kene forms yo opesi wotina na NDC fo koto abeyi flag bearer ono nso ebetine mu bi na wono kura waka no eda no brada no a minority caucus ekọ ne na so kwasra no ewo ne fie ewo no wode tu jase the NDC amanyoko bi enwumam to wono mu a afedi e wosi na 3% obekọ na wakọ akọfa forms no tema fo a ewa mantem ni nyina yefre wonum se original tema fo no omu nyina ata na chi papa kura afie temu sei woni no na gina contest ye yefre ni Joshua Alabi ono kura atrese wo da wo sha nipa epese wo mu gina nyina no a wono watwemu che wo mu nyina enti won fa tita soronko emfama no na 2024 general election no NDC etumi edinkuni.
Well, as if say one to be at the money MPP 40 so ayi Mahama kwakofa forms and you almost say we are not perturbed about Mahama contesting presidency. NPP. The governing New Patriotic Party NPP has said it is not perturbed about the decision of former President John Dramani Mahama to run for president in the 2024 general elections. Director of Communications for the NPP, Richard Ahiagba, said the party is not worried about a man who has no track record to show when he was president.
Na a New Patriotic Party MPP amanyoko and woman say I ya pa ba yan kwan a wosi atenten wan kanima mpani Tontamani Mahama da wono kra de womu so na womu mo kesire kire say we 2024 abato we womu be yi na so wonu say team. Director of Communication ma MPP Owura Richard Ahiagba and what I say MPP and how one crack say will be banan kebia omu tania kwa kota kanima mpeni Tontamani Mahama on dia on ka wo maten tena hukura.
NDC suspends parliamentary primaries in 23 constituencies. The largest opposition party in Ghana, National Democratic Congress NDC, has put on hold parliamentary primaries in 23 constituencies at its ready to elect candidates for the 2024 parliamentary elections. The decision was announced by the NDC General Secretary Fifi Kwete in a statement on Tuesday. Now the NDC, okay, well, so we'll just leave it there. I'm sure say Komrambeche Chenyake ni mama.
Abusia NDC amanyoko bi enkrata mu ato wo pese wutina epremra sebeda akonya kwan ni nie wana copy ke forms here na sa forms here wo mo copy ki ni wo mo kire se constituencies be 23 wo mo di wo mo nsa to so na sentia wo de nsa to so no NDC General Secretary ononyamfo fifi kote ena wo de krate pi abonten en wo kire se wo betumi akopy ke forms no our constituencies ahodo ni nyina but 20 constituencies bi die untumi enkopeke forms muntayansa.
Reverend Anthony Kwejo Boakye of Resurrection Power New Generation Church is dead. The founder and leader of Resurrection Power New Generation Church, Reverend Anthony Kwejo Boakye, is dead. According to a Graphic Online report, the renowned man of God passed away on Tuesday night, February 21, 2023, at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. The church has since issued a statement confirming the development.
Afedie papa yi emu wo baby na yesi wato na nanum wansie do yesi dabi oyare ne ho na mfa no ntokwan kakra afedie etebo to na nanum awansie do. The friend Reverend Anthony Kwejo Boakye on the years of Penia wada Resurrection Power, a New Generation Church ano. Na papa Reverend Anthony Kwejo Boakye, womu akasi sudia se tuwa na nanamu wansiado. Enti report weba ya netre se Ewurade software February ne da neto so aduonu baako. Ebena da no anadwo wonmu ade betie no. Korebu Teaching Hospital ene wotoa na nanamu wansiado nti afi na sorry no kra de kra tepi abonten a wo mu kasi sudua se ebe ma beyebe me ni nyina wadi akwa.
Well, so this one here says confirmed Alan Chamanting was chairman of Economic Management Committee of Cabinet. ABC News can authoritatively confirm that, contrary to what Team Alan has put out, the former Trade and Industry Minister was indeed the chairman of the Economic Management Committee of President Akufo-Addo's cabinet. The Economic Committee of Cabinet in 2022 had the Minister for Trade and Industry as chairperson, whilst the Minister for Finance was the alternate chairperson. Other members of the Economic Committee were the Minister for Food and Agriculture, Minister for Energy, Minister for Employment and Labor Relations, the Fisheries and Agriculture Minister, Public Enterprises Minister, Senior Presidential Advisor, and Presidential Advisor on the economy that make up the list.
Ayi afedi etua kwotire bebi etire. Asemi na ekoye ntinu asew kakra. Wo mutasa wan na ye economic management team no. Committee ye wo cabinet wan na no da no. Wo maka sisu dia se ononyamfo Alan Kojo Chiramanten no kre ono ena no ye chairman ma economic management committee ya na wo cabinet wo. ABC ebetumi aka sisu dia se etinye bi eni hu se asemu a Alan nkofo de betu dwa no anya no kre. Kani Trade and Industry Minister no kre mu no wono ena no ye chairman edema economic management committee eye mampeni na nado danko Akufo-Addo ne cabinet no. Economic committee ye wo cabinet wo 2022 no. Na Minister for Trade and Industry on na ye chairperson. And the Minister of Finance and the young folk and Woforiata on also ebony tidom. Womo account be Economic Committee no, a Minister for Food and Agriculture no account, Minister of Energy account, Minister for Employment and Labor Relations no account, Fisheries and Aquaculture Minister account, Public Enterprise Minister account, and a Senior Presidential Advisor and a Presidential Advisor on the Economy. Thank you and na umu ese economy no ento to years 20. The majority tea whip and cannot play edit 2 jano.
Right, so in some way, the Aquatin develops news online portals and paying Hanum see and yedi swan. Now, before you be call you the one crata, no, so no. Crata fee, a sorry. as a faithful of the Resurrection Power New Generation Church, one more legal counsel is obi original as lawyer no krata mpese kin kan no se ne sitie de omde tu dwa nsem na wom na omde ka se no kro Reverend Anthony Kwadwobuachi enya ni be ko ato na nan mo nsie do no yen kin kan informative for. So this is the letter that was issued by the church. There's a formal announcement of the demise of Reverend Anthony Kwadwobuachi to the pastors, leaders, and the faithful of the Resurrection Power New Generation Church. The church father, the church mother, church secretary, elders, and elder sisters, pastors, leaders, church workers, and faithful of the Resurrection Power New Generation Church, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you warm greetings and felicitations. May the abiding grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the enduring love of God, and the sweet fellowship of the Holy Spirit be and remain with you. It is with a heavy heart and deep sorrow, but in the abiding hope of the resurrection, that I formally announce to you the sudden demise of Reverend Dr. Anthony Kwadwobuachi, the founder and general overseer of the Resurrection Power New Generation Church. Our head pastor joined the heavenly choirs at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, Accra, at about 2 a.m. on Tuesday, the 21st day of February 2023. As you may be aware, Reverend Anthony Kwadwobuachi was suddenly taken ill and struck down by stroke in the early hours of Saturday, 23rd October 2021. He was initially rushed to a private medical facility at Dansuman to see his personal doctor. He was subsequently taken on admission to the Health Link Medical Center at East Legon for further medical attention. Happily, his conditions improved tremendously, and after about 3 months, he was discharged and directed to undergo gradual physiotherapy. He applied himself dutifully to that exercise and saw marked improvement in his general well-being and, more importantly, in the movement of left hand, which was most greatly affected by the disease. Following this impressive improvement in his health conditions, Reverend Buachi resumed his pastoral activities by giving from his base at an undisclosed location on Sundays until he physically appeared in church on New Year's Eve to lead in the church service himself. Thereafter, he continued with physiotherapeutic exercise and had regular audience with some selected leaders of the church, family members, and his legal counsel. On 31st January 2023, his family was compelled to take him back to the hospital when he complained of sharp pains in his left leg. It was detected that blood circulation to his left leg was not the best, and that there was the need to fly him out of the country to seek further medical care and, if necessary, undergo a surgical operation. Preparations were underway to make that journey when he was suddenly taken ill and was rushed to the cardiothoracic center at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Unfortunately, he gave up the ghost around 2 a.m. on Tuesday, 21st February 2023. We entreat all members of the church and the general public to keep him in your prayers for God to grant him peaceful repose in the bosom of Abraham, our father in faith. Funeral arrangement will be communicated to the public in due course. Thank you. Signed, Alexander K.K. Aban, Esquire, Legal Counsel. All right.
Abusiafo ayi we ya krata asore no ankasa edebaye na sa krata yi eye de wo mode bo omanfo nka yese Reverend Anthony Kwadwobuachi yan kantre asofo enifo etidifo nyina asofo pani a woda asore no ano no atoa nananom wanse ayi asore no ade Mamefo, secretary, elders, family member, pastors, leaders, ya muda asore no ntutu ya no adwuma yefo nyina ya who resurrection power, New Generation Church, a man member, ladies and gentlemen, mede entia ya esombo ena me de bremo yɛsrɛ sɛ awurade asomgye ɛyɛ Jesus Christ deɛ no ɛne ne dɔ ɛne wo kronkron na nyɔnkofa ɛne mo ɛntena na yɛde ɛyawo ɛne awerɛhoɔ ɛbɔ mo amanneɛ sɛ asɔre kɛseɛ yi a ɛte sɛ yie sɔfo panyin a wɔda ano a yɛfrɛ no Reverend Dr. Anthony Kojoboate ɔna yɛ founder ɔsan yɛ leader kɔfa bae a wɔda asɔre n'ano watoa nananom ɛwɔ nseɛ do Korebu Teaching Hospital nkran na yɛ anato no mmienu ɛda benada ɛhɔ ɛna wɔgyee mu na sɛm nyinaa yɛ mo anim nsɛm dada sɛ Reverend Anthony Kojoboate ɛnum wɔ baabi na ne ho ɛmfa no ne ho a ɛmfa no no ɛyɛ stroke yadeɛ bi ɛna ɛkaa no too fam na yɛ Saturday 23rd October 21 enti ɛnum no wɔn de no kɔɔ private medical facility wɔ danso sɛ ne doctor ɛnkɔhyɛ no ɛno ati no wɔn san de no kɔɔ health link medical center ɛno wɔ East Legon sɛ yɛnkɔtoa so wɔ hɔnom nkɔhyɛ no ɛnum wa ne ho kura atɔ no na ne ho atɔ no kamakama bɛyɛ sɛ 3 months ɛkora me yɛyi no bae but na ɔsan kɔ ɔgye ayarehyɛ frɛ ne sɛ physiotherapy no ɛna ɔno kora mpo yɛ sɛ asɔre adwuma no na wɔde bɛto hɔnom kakra kɔsi sɛ ne ho ɛbɛtɔ no na yadeɛ yi affecte no paa nti na nkakra wɔyi improve after improvement no ba kakra no Reverend Boate kura san sɛ asɔre ase ya no wɔyɛ asɔre nkakra mpo na wɔhyɛ baabi nti wɔn yɛ zoom yɛ ni bi na baabi a no wɔhyɛ deɛ no wɔn mpɛ sɛ wɔn de bɛto nti new year yɛ yi kura na ɔno ankasa ɛbaayɛ ɔbaayɛ abɛyɛ asɔre ya na ekyire wɔsan kɔ physiotherapy ɔyɛ exercise nkakra ɔkɔ a wɔne asɔre ne mu nipa bi a wahyɛ da yi wɔ mu ɛne abusuafoɔ ɛna legal council ne nyinaa na ne wɔ mu kɔ na 31 January 2023 ɛna abusuafoɔ no yɛ sɛ wɔn bɛsan de na kɔ ayasabea na wɔn akɔhyɛ ne yare san sɛ wɔse nan benkum no wɔte ɛyaw bi ɛwɔ ne nan benkum no mu a wɔn hyɛ no wɔn hu sɛ emogya a ɛsɛ sɛ die firisaneɛ ɛkɔ ne nan benkum no mu no emogya no ɛnkɔ nti wɔn yɛ sɛ nko wɔn de no bɛkɔ amanɔne na wɔn akɔhyɛ ne yadeɛ wɔ hɔ ebetumi kura mpo a wɔn ayɛ no operation nti na ahobuabu agu so a nko wɔn de ne kɔ akɔhyɛ ne yadeɛ nti awerɛfrɛm ɛna wɔse ne ho mfa no ɛna wɔn rase no kɔ cardiothoracic center yɛ wɔ Korebu Teaching Hospital wɔtenetire hɔ ɛna okɔgye mu ɔsrɛ asɔre mma ne nyinaa sɛ yɛnkan no wɔ mpaebom na awurade ɛnte no nto Agya Abraham kukum ayie no ho nhyehyɛ nyinaa nso wɔn de bɛba abɛto amansa anim
okay Medasi Kora, ma yeni Majority Leader, Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Honorable Seche Mensah-Bonsu, yeni ayankomo. I'm sure, sir, ye nimuno 30 years of our democracy so far. I'm for Republic by na one more ye jume DB and pay for CG Kakrefino on say. Honorable Yadasi Mwakwa by Nita FM so on pay.
You so bro,
Nempomwe.
And me Domboko.
So, I'm saying, fear be a diasani, your share, your democracy, as I'm saying, Fourth Republic, me boy. Enti, Parliament, ya ye nim na bia woka, dear important pa na mo ye dia kai mo de chefin.
Oh, it's say, inya, hudi, bisi ena ye kasein. Say a core constitution and as a embra amemu asia yɛnkyɛ na yɛbutu anaasɛ yɛda yɛya yɛsa akɔhyɛ aseɛ foforɔ ifi Kwame Nkrumah berɛ ɔbaayɛ 1957 de ɛnya afa ahodie ɛnokorɛ sɛ ansa na ɛbɛnya fa ahodie no Kwame Nkrumah bɛyɛ leader of government business that is from 1954 sana yɛbɛnya fa ahodie ɛnya fa ahodie n'akyi na yɛbaa mmara amamu no ankasa mu no from 1957 to 1966 odi mfie nkron ɛna yɛtu asogyafoɔ bɛtu no asogyafoɔ bɛtu no a ɔmode ɔman no ɛma sɛ yɛnsan kɔ constitutional rule bio no Uzia ɛna ɔno nso baeɛ ɔno nso ɔbaeɛ ne mfie mmienu ne fa koraa wɔanya ɛna ɔno nso sogya aban foforɔ ɛbɛtu no ɔmo hand over ɛna Liman aban baeɛ ɔno nso wɔanya mfie mmienu ne fa ɛna ɔno nso kɔɔeɛ ɛna yɛaba 1992 a yɛto aba ɛde baa constitutional rule bio 1993 ifi 1993 a babɛsi nne yi deɛ mfie aduasa nie no aban tugu biara ɛmma bio ɛmame nka bi amanyɔ ɛna yɛyɛ mfie aduasa ni wohwɛ ifi 1957 no ba Nkrumah deɛ buzi adeɛ ɛne Liman deɛ a woka ne nyinaa bom a ɛnu mfie dunum ɛsɛ ɛnu half of Fourth Republic yi ne ɛyɛ sɛ nyame abɔɛ ne yɛtumi de mfie aduasa ɔwɔ sɛ yɛhyɛ fa yɛdi kan de da nyame aseɛ ɛtɔ so mmienu na afei yɛbu nkɔmpɔn nso hwɛ yɛ mu sɛ nneɛma bɛn na yɛayɛ a aboa wo man no yɛn nso yɛsintɔ ɛwɔ he deɛ na yɛbɛtumi ayɛ ne yie akyɛn ne ɛyɛ yi ɛno ho ɛne bɛsɛre anaasɛ ɛno ɛho ɛfa ɛna yɛhyɛ a ɛno a yɛpa ho ntoma.
I see. Well, said Mopa Huntme, Okasa was here now, and 70 other two journal. I generate a lot of headlines in the various news online portals. Now, if you ever see a new Munchichi Mukakra and to Adama, na Yebusa Bako about who here, maybe your constitution, see a Timmy and Sakraibi woman, ministers ni MPs, no. Na mpono speaker kra obabeda eye parliament anono kra na so ye MP ni account no chiremu maye adekonti anu hu hia se bibi se yesi etimi nya eniwanim ya no
ominia yen speakers ofisi nya fa hodi bi sine no Ghana yen speakers no omo nye mrase bedwafo ni wiase nyina so ya mai enkono pe ena saade no it is as speakers no members of parliament na ohwemu a nka se moa yen kwan bia so aboa kwan bi so we want ebia speakers ne be demonstrate neutrality and impartiality some be impartial kasa we chiripa kasa na woka no omoka o chine ba.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Nti mete nem se jama kwabena mafo ne na mete wo chiro wo se ni a o mute ni voice ni kakra mai anyway the American say because omonye members of parliament no is supposed to give us some advantages say on by demonstrating neutrality and impartiality ibinumu and kwasem say ibinumu are very neutral and that's very impartial. It is very partial. You cannot crash there. You've been the party some bemudo. Na unim say parliament na kese ni to control. So speaker no. Because when you Mbappe na so so in free wa. Unya nipa don't be pre and waiting the in free. Speaker no you require I think about 3/4 or so of the entire members in waiting in free. Baby and tisa. Na afi crown so no. No kwasem say is it true say obi onye mrashe bigani obey the speaker now would he stand for parliament and answer say biu abase wono ano ahope sembi no e no de aba we must see also make can say yenhwe ni yi na yenhwe mu hu se bebia bedu for yes akra ho ne bebo anya yen sakra mu afi meka winner takes all say yen ya de na yen yeah, Better saying Parliament. Yet Traba constituency be no big kind of no Bamra so became representing the constituency. More contesting no more the Ubinya, the parents say Ubinya maybe 40%. Akunya 41%. Or no 41% or I got to feed when you have 40 and 42% in our way. Ubinya, we quite mean any further doors, which mean be a 35%. Ubinya 34.8%. Don't forget, it will be 100 votes. It will be 3 votes. 3 votes, no, whatever parliament. The Onunya, he has no leg in parliament. Is it right? Okay, baby, I'm going to be a friend of proportional representation instead of first past post. And then if we are saying in a parliament, you could back a fraying inter-parliamentary union. If you are a city of friend IP union, inter-parliamentary union, it's a World Assembly of Parliament, senior heads of state or United Nations. So inter-parliamentary union, or my I say from 2025. Parliament will be as in or say a mile a walks our parliament, and you be crown, Mobay or Hanky Modias, 80%. Yeah, system na practice no, first past post no. A no in the parliament, say. Or maybe I practice first past post no. A ma or Mrasibig Fino is a America, or my first past post. We call American state parliaments and only the federal parliaments, then you know, my woman is we call United Kingdom, or Canada, or India, or Australia. How my first passports, Nina, and my woman, Sibijumun, issue that. And I say, you know, young say, Mano, 100 would be at least 30% Bema. How do we do it? There's a clear constitution now. Untimi Edinosa, Untiminia, that you know, Emanime Yekuma. And then see, I don't know, maker. Now say, oh, yeah, proportional representation now. And I'm saying, Nipa, be in your baby, in you know, now, Ama, a nibble by election, Muna, said you, a crammy nipper before woman. No, Naniman, everybody. Parliament. We have constitution the age, Mayor. There were an entombments in the Jahoma. Parliament at the Mafon executive. Executive in this car, ye no. Ye know many mono. The Yansha share budget more, only the mom, only the mom on Fanyajuma to execute programs and projects. It's from executive. Judiciary at the Mafon, so constitution no ama, or say, almost so omugina brandy. Inti, say, almost be a Juma. We finance minister and the president, omni president Kotrasi. The way here, the consi, now says car, that, and she share say na fee mono. In me, constitution is the president in Nicolas day, Onukra, Onia, who didn't be any 2 minutes of a take, your more yen or so. If you know Metrasiaka, so dear more here no, the car, ever that or money can tame mono, and also can say, and to be a dear, no mamma, bed, then cacra. To be a mimi shady, come more than you the president can only recommend. I won't give it so. Parliament, dear, constitution now, my answer to me. The finance minister, also say, finance minister, the opera of the mouth. The my to me, and my and also, the Juma, the parliament, not more than Akosoro. I'm talking about the Brunican of financial independence. Whereas the judicial has judiciary, no, or financial independence. You need visa. Even a quirk could be to say auditor general. No, or no, yet you might be parliament so on. Constitution is a financial autonomy. I hear parliament the indie. Indeed, standing money in your man. Or see it me, na it me, see me. Auditor general make an answer. I'm saying the is a brave.
Sure.
Auditors general will be a senior. Omoye Juma at the parliament. So, and anything as a we move or didn't report a bread parliament. So, now, so yeah, auditors general, I'm a banadi. Oba, or yeah, and you more, but Tiana also, as we see, on good years, as you can see. Now, omo release report na media for na omo so nkofo mu committee te omo sentumago report no ma parliament na on frɛ order general na MC for omo me report mu no ebi bebre obɛhwɛ na asɛm a yɛaka de ato bi so amasa bio yɛatete no sɛ edwa no sɛ hanam no wonkɔhwɛ no ebi a order general no wanyɛ adwuma yi omo parliament no bɛpa sɛ nipa kro no kyɛw so yɛsrɛ wo ade wo de ndwa yi so am yet to nipa no dada wo nti omodwuma ye no ebre wo a enko yi kai se enua ba ko domlovo e wo ne sa ne ma no sha ase na ne ma na ekoso between oni aban ne ndi no o ka bia na ye se o wo kra no o support domlevo what he started was not good for our democracy and say ye ka ko nti under general report bia no confirm parliament ma parliament nya nhwemu a nsi so we see any na with the report no come a general public no more to think for asrenia basa nia emwa what can we do in the constitution to ensure say the right thing is done constitution no emu ebia ya na yeka nsembi constitutional creatures no to say Commission for Human Rights and Administrative Justice NCC electoral commission say in ejuma yimu no so anye ni ya betumi ama ejira to mayimu enti mra so say na the constitution no so no president na appoint commissioners na the mra so say electoral commission e be as appoint no e be subject to the approval or the prior approval of members of parliament say bia ye simple majority cry say bia okay we dey first majority dey ejuma so we be bisa ho Continue eba appointment of electoral commission on a form. Then you make the president also very consultative. Be no consult broadly. Ne who say never wait. Depending on hygiene too. Say papa ye to papa. Inti yet never say 2 years near you the ABA 60% in the area. Na adwene kosa commission no awobano. Na bibia ni no. Constitution sharing say electoral commission or ba beduma no any beyond reproach ye wo ha afrejan if you afrejan beso ba nyina the constitution say constitution say be create no ye nhwe say as much as possible no in pay or constituencies in ebeye adekro. It should respond to the population quota. After 2013, after elections, and the MP for Domasa court. Also, beside say population quota, what saying, After was never able to answer that question. When you know, also baby, no, representation, democracy is about representation. So, of people by people. And in population or constituencies, no, as much as possible, no. I will say a year at the corona, near same thing. Yeah, say 275 constituencies.
Sure.
Your population, you're saying, about 31 million. The population quota, and once we divide 31 million by 275. So, yes, sir. Say, it will bring you to area 100,000 or say 120,000. What it means is that the 120,000 be a whole beer and also the thing really is that it is difficult, especially over cities now. So say obey apply, so I don't know strictly. And yes, our cities know on representation a war parliament, the baby period. Emma, countryside, no so dear no. What they normally do is that the BIA establishes a population quota near 120. Then you say, why a band be? ABA 120 in Intino, ABA plus or minus 20,000. Say 120,000 now, population quota near 120,000. It means that the who could do 140,000. So one constituency. So ABA 100,000. One constituency. Then you realize that Indeed, to mean from 100,000 to 140,000. Don't follow into that. Among one constituency. What I say. Then, so over 140,000. The abroad, no. No literal commission, no. I can withdraw the boundary of the constituency. No, you be able to go the next constituency. So, in the constitution, you can say literal commission and withdraw constituency boundaries. No. The what we are doing is in redrawing the constituency boundaries. No. If you do be any be account, if you do be any be account, we started with 200, about 230, and then 275.
And but you need you more, Mimusao, baby, I will not miss you. Mimusa, our question. A binum so free set 275, and even though you increase it 200, send you 275, no, with a population of maybe 31, no, and your representation enough. And no, so no, at all say.
And your representation enough to say.
Just say, be a nipa 275 per night, say, Omu Ejinama, nipa dodo 31, no, and can say, ma, a quenim kakra.
Many of my drink cry. No one ya, or one casa, no one ya drink cry. China on population is saying. China population is saying. Ibiza, many.
Honorable, so now can't change.
China population is saying is close to 1.5 billion. So you say, yeah, the Nipa represented 120,000. As I was saying, it's right. If I'm and son representing one more. What you say? Then they any now parliament they be 500 or 600. This is the China population you say. India population you saying. More parliament in the in the world. India's population is about 1.3 billion now. I saying China for the entire parliament is I think about 1,500 or so. What you say? Divide by the 1.5 billion, and then you realize, say, could be represented is almost 1 million people. That is what is yes. But I don't believe say your number would be some power because 200 we didn't need to have increased it. Wasn't it 200? Say yes, idea. I'm saying say in to be then I just about 20 years I was here is it for the MPs. And I know you say even the also say in the 100 inclusive of Manfo drop the chamber hashtag. Now they also is there near the 500. Where are they going to set? And we should be realistic. Nigeria for population you're saying, number of members of parliament you're saying. So we should be realistic. How to go Canada Democrat, they are bringing the numbers down.
Yeah, 30 years of parliamentary democracy in so yeah, can we answer a binum so be okay, yeah, by camera, and in your in parliamentary democracy be becano.
I raised that one. By camera, I say, this is your council of state. Rebecca, President Kofo, or Becono, who resist our matana. Say, the last state of the nation address or the mind, or the assassinate. Council of State, no. Who say Lipa Mono day. And so, to President for. Now, okay, I say, we use a Marasso say, because Council of State, no. A very model, no. Near, second chamber. So, and then he also even mentioned, say, a president, Nitenua, President Mra would, 4 years, 2 terms of fees issue. In Kenya, a bit me and Kenya 5 years, 2 terms, 5 years. And now say, if you cry 1 term, 7 years. Let me have an initial deal, with me being a year. The son says, any or carrier. Oba fee picano, and the woman never so afraid out to Nema. In fame, you knew any infamians, and I with me the Ekma. 2 out of 4 years, I with me the Ekma, because for year, no, what the year election. You know what you say, and Nusa. Look, I say, you the bit by 5 years. Don't forget, has some chrono role is the time, no, and Cropo, AP, communication director, no, Homer, and this is Vincent Assese. What did she say? But or no, it's Poppy Bazo, present time, Nusa, until Kenya, no, a man of 3 times, 2 times, a man, the 4 years, a man of 3 times. Now, Rollins, I know Casaman already, now Rollins, 11 years, but the 8 years at also. And I was saying, Mano, another time, Uncle 12 years, such as Rollins and Guards also about 23 years. Number was say, oh, dear person, Kumayano. Into that, he was killed. So, here, Rollins, the body and constitution now, the age man. Position of the age man. Yeah. Parliament, my parliament, the Sacré de Brio, in Fiena, Penodica, first 4 years. Parliament, the Sacré de Brio, Sacrena, you know, not to go on the vice president. Okay, constitution, no more. Vice president, or a chairman of police council, or a chairman of fire service, a chairman of armed forces council. The constitution is and they will move. But Rollins, first 4 years, in Tawantawa, about on your car and Timutino. Or my parliament needs many free. The vice president is no longer the chairman of the police council, no longer the chairman of the fire service council, or even the military council. Or the vice president, you know, and also a chairman of police council, and you know, the vice president exists in the shadow of the president. As simple as that. Constitution, you president in the Rollins near a can't continue. Or the vice president was stripped naked. And Russell says, "Hard in the Versailles be one." And never be brave present, ye ministers from parliament. Nipa be brave, Casse, and Russell, a several some purpose, no question. And Russell say, a co presidential, yet continue with presidential system, see, Nipa say, ya man your seminary, mamu, it will quay anymore. Yama president, no quite. No new ministers in your one thing. Nobody comes to parliament or a minister. Your minister, you should resign from your post, go and say, as a minister. That will help develop career members of parliament. I am a parliament, so it makes an also. Now, get me, the president, no, ye be business and quenimua. And I say, it may call the president to order.
Because I don't can because Bem said 2 tests as a day, as for fee parliament. Se bibi kra so na se ekọ so na se bia omampani ana executive na so omoka muntimi nkan no se ne se omoka no because wa so no sanse omampani na se
ye system no na mana yesa no ko Canada ko English ya bukira ko Australia omo ye ne fe no Westminster system the MPs ministers in for if parliament omo the ministers in every parliament we are Germany. When no ba prime minister no ba say maybe a warrior no and so any or no any party for it me so ka say dey ade we dey your Germany ye nti yem fene so na no ya distrust or replace in fact I should even begin with if anything Boris Johnson. The party for the solitary no more majority of parliament they be M1. Party for the support of man be a leader. Also, if you're the corpse, baby, the economy, or me, the man is trust by. Trust also, the Pacofano, from the finance minister. By say, without the economy, also, Emma or Marvin, the finance minister, or Rizano, Nina, Enna, on women from the band, so some wow moon or policies. And we the party for no parliament and no position for your what you say. And we then they brought let me say or Indian background. What you say? Also, certainly be or shall say yesterday. Hey, the first Sakwan was a high. It's our chin tentem was a say. Oh, indeed, parliament now, sir. Honor ministers on free parliament. No, any person any minister. Westminster system no obi obey minister no what parliament enya suamu enya nyansa bi wo sectors na mo wo no bi enipa kro committee na to so a health committee what so enfie dumienu wo bi ni party ni pa wenti no ye no opposition minister no from shadow ministers no the party ban okay automatically no obey health minister because there's nothing at the sector only. And see, Westminster system also very good. In fact, a study actually and say small unitary countries, they say Ghana, no, Your friend is saying, Westminster system no better for us in terms of governance. A change presidential. In fact, the same study actually say presidential systems, no, especially in unitary countries, no, the corruption eba, the katashe ne pro eba. Nimi no de be boy. The choice rests with us. The we money kaso starting presidential the end person. Ema president no kwan wonyi ministers in Enfia Montin. No for professionals, various sectors, no mra me yejuma. Add value to our system of governance. No ye. Let's Westminster. And so the choice is ours. Don't forget, 1969 Constituent Assembly, no, Omoye Vimuno, a say, Amontua constitutional, so Amontua, a Westminster, so I'm saying presidential. Man, we run as a consultative assembly by this debate. So actually, say, if I say, presidential, I say, Westminster. And skills not to call presidential. Not to imagine somebody voting for presidential. No, so sir. Has the time come for us to go back and revisit the matter? Nina, ye nema, or say if you mui. Tina make up in Fabia Sani. You moon control him.
Yebun kompoe na bakwa metise motaka pa etichu omo abia womako parliament o mafi okra ana womo mbom kra no omakosem sika ebi obi ba be ye MP a ebia ebekom ni ne ka ho empo be ye MP a amanfo a de bia womo sa line wo aboboa no womo hia mmoa ni ne kan 30 years dia na osusu ebia betimi ayesa niam we nyina so no na ebia mo ho etimi ahehan mu kakra
seri nyina ne say entiasi ayenya the role of MP what man say we see o de say we akwan we nsu say hospital obi a ono o baby a opese obe contest MP we he no nam ebi akwan bi a amafo nyine kasa akwan asai opese obeye odidi MP na sinti obeye no kofa grade and odi twa so o se mina mi twa kwa so mamu MP no ho ye dey se MP no so yi kwan so de ko chia o so mpese mbi gina memoto abama me ne ko to abama no ye yi MP ne firi ho afi oba parliament no hu say MP ni na juma no so yi kwan thank for no answer na mbeba parliament mo yi kwan no ba parliament mo to so yi kwan no because one he comes now to realize say MP na yi kwan no see school die no it means you assembly no and as a ministry no and also be what you say the thing I say everybody do church na manfo mu MPs na juma e to so bi wo no yes MPs no say beton yes na manko for agi ati yase ye ba ko nipa ibi e kan ho asem MPs common fund e dey juma o se sa sika kakra na ye fight ye say ye may sika kakra fa ye o ya dey ejuma kakra. Some people think say sika no sika twitwi bi also to be bibia under the sun until as the time arrived the MPs common fund na kra ibi ye through ho e dey come asem this na so now president the constitution no matter kwan and what about song for Article 71 office holders. Ma, the Biana ye who ha, the process is at the infinity. Is it the case, say, President Bako, and may na, if you say, MPs on the band 3939, and not MPs in all who fall under Article 71, including the President himself. ABI, a very necessary adjustment to be work. You cannot, you see, President say. Name in fear na so no nema enyina fa akunti no ene ya just no by abia the margin of inflation or interest rate or whatever abia ye increases our proposal na wo fear na no abia ye increase by 10% abia increase by 15% whatever na fama president say any MPs no say market ya ni ministers Chief Justice, Supreme Court Justice in the manner. Then it's who had na ebano. So be chat. And we should define a better way of doing this. The name of our position was say, ne boy move. No, say, yeah, MPs na nkasa crowns. So, and Emma, parliament in Yinan and Naso Kessena. If it's free any Ankasansu, Yam ready, my friend Stanley Odesson. Yenian, design is Ambra Namai. And make us say, it's a lagity, right on about a lagity. And no by and feel nine, what as a baby. It's Stanley Odesson, who same way. Take committees, yes, and review Stanley Odesson. If you're doing here, market time. I know you think that David, I don't say as a son. Until we should be able to change some of these things. It's just the political will. I need an Amanabasa. Be not a fairness saying, because the bar, no more you make a crack. Being so bad, officer was saying, I crack on. Maybe I want to ask. It's one of the reasons why I'm calling for us to even review the position of speakers, because everywhere else, in all the entrenched democracies, the speakers are members of parliament. They come to work to improve parliament. Yes, a woman, one more baby. You see, if it's anyone now, a boy, a mamuno, my mamu, giant naso, okay, a constitution, a preamble, no kabibi, say, a system of government. A boy, a man, koso, a man for a woman, a neck. Any Ochina, any Dachi Funya. We should know, say, the generation of today and the future generations. Is that what we are doing? And then say, it's into be a bemua. Yemun compon, every yemu, every yechi, in Sacranium, Naboy.
Rabuano paid us the mission of Papa.
All
right, that's Majority Leader Honorable Sechi Mensabun Suano pay. Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Yano Pajimedi so and Wasugu Yanino Edi Ayan Komo 30 years of parliamentary democracy. Yashas here 1992 the constitution year Jume sa yedimu 30 years in here and all the kakradia boy and wajin chair 30 years he say now so huno obetimi dia adwenche ndia fa your WhatsApp line 050372 174 050372 yanko anywhere yanto aso na de bankrata na no pay sen and sem no so tie we nim na ya we yentie kwabra kwame
abusa for the bakata daily graphic na me de sase what the kanema penny tontamani mahama mfoni abeto na wakwa akopeke ne forms ya what na say ndc amanyoko koto aba wo begina bi say urade ya na dom na say delegate koto aba yinwa definitely 2024 ono ana obeginem etu franka the ama party no Africa Union yasu omu adopt company ebabua private sectors na after ansese ababu ama edwedie ekoso no omu nso anyam mfaso obi edro ya de soso nkwada no mu no omu trese ukwa ya asabia hodo na ya asa yamfa bimra wodi Peter Obi Labour Party candidate mfoni abeto Bola Tinubu and also All Progress Congress candidate Abubakar People's Democratic Party candidate so ewaha atiri afọ koto aba koyi mampeni why and wo mbeto ama na ura ya adoma da meme Saturday na dia mede to aso aye Democrat daily guide the anim ha kani mampeni tontamani mahama osontakrata wo Democrat awodo ni nyina mu wakwa akofa ne forms ya osi obegina Richard Ahiaba and what say kani mampeni mahama akopeke forms na wano si anim ne dada nipa onim no anopa de won so kani anse nanim anajo mampeni na na do ama posifo 100 cars moto 600 na APC ya cars akasi bi no so ensia ekwa asefo ama Alhaji Baba Kamara edibre se omasum wo mu MPF target se OMCs no akasi wo mu no na woni wo mu ebedi eja ononyamfo Franka no ɔyɛ majority whip o saa yɛ mmarahyɛbadwani ma ade hyɛ wɔn nsa wɔn mu ado agyiri ɛna wɔtrɛ sɛ head coach ɛma black satellite up to kabe wɔn aba so yɛ a wɔte ɛho abɛto hanom sei na Ghanaian Times de bɔkrataa n'anim ha campaigning na Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo ɛda ha 30 years yɛ democracy ɛdeɛ ne yɛbɛyɛ a yɛbɛtumi de asɛm kena kanema mpani Dramani Mahama wɔ ha akɔpeke ne forms a nipa a wɔpeke maa no a ne mfoni ɛda ha yi ɛyɛ Professor Joshua Alabi na nipa nso ɔde forms no ma no ɛyɛ lawyer Kakre Samoa na wɔtrɛ sɛ kanema mpani Dramani Mahama ɔgyina na yɛato no so aba Germanyfoɔ so wɔn ayɛ ready dan yɛsi kasɛm a ɛnyina yie no wɔn bɛ support yɛn ne yɛsi kasɛm atumi egyina yie German Economic Cooperation Minister ɛna wɔde asɛm de ato eyie bi a wɔn yɛ ɛna etutu kɔkɔɔ soɔ nipa baako atuo kan no atoa nananom wɔn nseɛ do ɛna emu mmiɛnsa nso wɔn apirapira a wɔn akɔgu ayasabea ebɔkrataa Ghanaian Times ɔka ho asɛm ɛwɔ ha The Chronicle de bɔkrataa n'anim ha Richard Ahiaba wɔne no wɔyɛ communication director ma MPP Amanyɔkuo ɛna wɔtrɛ sɛ NDC wɔn ntumi mma na egyi Ghana economy no ntoma mo mfa tumi nsa wɔ no nsa MPA foɔ na ɛfa itie yi OMCC no up till now wɔn mpɛ so wɔn bɛte petrol no nti wɔkata wɔn so wɔn nte so na petrol no ɛma fam kanema mpani Dramani Mahama mfoni da hanom sɛ yi a wɔhyɛ fugu ɛna wɔsan ahyɛ ne kyɛ wɔkyerɛ sɛ Jubilee House here he comes Proverbs chapter 24 verse 16 for though the righteous fall 7 times they rise again wɔtene ne asɛmprɛnso mpa ɛsan asɔre mprɛnso na ɛnnɛ ɔdomfoɔ dom yɛne a akansie no ebi bɛkɔ so Manchester United saa bere deɛ yɛ team no ayɛ yie yɛ team na ayɛ kama paa yɛ nimbɔbɔ sɛ yɛne Barcelona ɛna bɛbɔ enumere no wɔte na Manchester United na wɔte mu no yɛne wɔn bɔ tutu ɛwɔ mu akurum ɛna week yɛ mu nso ɛyɛ bɔ yɛ Premier League no ɛno nso yɛhyɛ mmiɛnsa nti kyɛ sɛ ba no board a ti a Manchester United yɛ nimbɔbɔ paa ɛnyɛ Manchester nkoa na ɛbɔ Rennes ɛna Shakhtar Donetsk Roma ɛna Red Bull ɛna afei Nantes wɔn ne Juventus PSV Eindhoven wɔn ne Sevilla ɛna Union Berlin wɔn ne Ajax Kudus ɛbɛgyina mu wɔsi akan na Daily Despatch the Democrat n'anim ha Manasi Azure Awuni ɛna wɔkyerɛ sɛ ɛda biara yɛde akani ɛna yɛde di party anim MPP 2024 Fragbarasi Press no afei deɛ monsakra mu NDC Amanyɔkuo kyerɛ sɛ wɔn abie nwoma mu so obi a wɔpɛ no wɔmɛfa na wɔnyina prembra sɛ bɛdwa akonnwa 23 constituencies bi deɛ yɛsi wɔn ntwentwɛn so ansa.
Okay, so Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, Deputy Minority Chief Whip, in command pay 30 years of parliamentary democracy. Nia so far we who near be susu teach you crass a brasso set CHM review constitution in the account. Send one also general. Honorable Yadasimo Akaba need FM so. So 30 years of parliamentary democracy. Mu dudu say na we di e wo honum say no.
I was in 15 years when I'm away.
Wow.
So we are much more half.
Congratulations. Eninia yamwayiko so niamu ye de bois o my Ghana in deepening kebi mamin kebi amambo no yamwayiko.
Amen. Yes, Edamasi. I say you could be any more nature.
But muna more grounds no. Muna to say eduma no. Muna more yema 18 team. Na he said me ye law kakra na ufa company actor act 992 ufa sa act ni sia Ushimwa acti, Ushimwa now can say, hey, Bibisa na told be a man who says parliamentarians no, Omu ye Juma. Enya no kwa, but me, maybe as a law student, before BBC, me share act now. Na Ubima from a Shase Kopiria, I say yes, a man for year Juma. Enti, Yamamwa Yiko.
Yeah.
So, 30 years. Say bia before I beba constitution no so no. Any if you do dokra we do oyam rahye bedwem honum saying. Say bia wo kan bakwase no kakra from even time I uri mu bepem enei dia na obeka pa.
Yo akwesi ma memfa osidi ma Ghana manyina marching.
Ejoso.
Ma memfa ntia kese nso emma the Speaker of Parliament and the former speakers the Parliament of Ghana. Ma sign agena so the ntia all the 200 parliamentarians of the 1992 Parliament. Akwesi on say ansana abusia bia bedi yi no anase ku bia bedi yi no na ejina dikanfo a omudi kan abrabo a omoboye. The ohwe the 1992 constitution and the 1992 Parliament. That's the first Parliament of the Fourth Republic. Paper 200 omukomu no. At the time omusha se no. Na nipa mienu pe ene wo parliamentary experience. Omaye former MPs. Na sa nipa 200 ye bese parliament abrabo fufuro. Ye ni former MPs omuwa experience omunim sedie ya ade no. Na mbo nipa mienu pe ena na omako parliament no bida. Na omuka the previous parliament no ho. Enti saa nipa mienu no ena na wo se omu experience no omu di kire nipa 198.
Ya ye nim no ehifo no.
Saa nipa mienu no eye ora nogwe ewo osu flotte constituency. Ena ora GH Oswa Champon ewo Brekun constituency. So kai former majority leader GH Oswa Champon.
Sure.
Any Usu MP. These were the only former MPs. Na omako parliament no bida ansana ku no AC. Inti ye ba be sha ase fufuro na ye dia bato no ko hye so no. Omuni ni pambie no pa omutimi wini ye eba parliament fufuro no. Inti na akoye to ho ache adwuma. Inti ne was omufa University of Ghana lecturers Professor Michael Ronokwe no. Any Jimpa lecturers eka ho. Any civil society organization CDD no eka ho. Ma omu build the capacity of the 198 na mwaka no. Na parliament atimi aye parliament. Na efan se sa time no pe eno mutual constitution no. Omu di constitution no eye adwuma. Nti wo hwa bibia ombeye bia na efa mra kwan so. Se ye befa nipa amana beye adwuma ewo parliament a. Omu tro di ko Public Services Commission. Say, ye pese ye fa nipa beye 30. Interview Ghana for nyina. Na ma ye the best 30. No mumra beye adwuma. So mu pe nipa 20 a, omu di ko Public Services Commission. Ye advert. Say obi a o pese o ye adwuma e wo mrahye begwa fi bia ye ba be fa nipa. Inti Ghana ni ba bia o se fata bia no on apply. Mu apply a na ye mama betro exams. And some Public Services Commission afremo interview. Inti se wo the class of personnel sa no mu ye adwuma e wo parliamentary service no. The respecter na ewo ema wo mo. The caliber of personality, omu competence and experience na. They were the best class of people we have. Into uko ye kwa manoni na ye kwa ye juma. This uko ECOWAS Parliament. yɛkɔ meeting pape clerks a ombedi yɛkyi akɔ no yɛkɔ mobape ompɛ sɛ omopochi omudi omukɔ ukɔ Pan African Parliament clerks a omudi yɛkyi no bɛha na ompɛ sɛ ompochi omu edi omukɔ ukɔ Commonwealth Parliamentary Association clerks a ombedi yɛkyi akɔ no yɛkɔ a ompɛ sɛ omuka hɔ to the point say your former clerk Anyimadu or headi the Commonwealth clerks of Commonwealth Parliament SOCAT or headi no several times. No crampo one kokra no mo pese oba. It tells you the kind of competition na wom. So edikan for no sofie. Omo breye no mo buildi fapimbia eno na atimiama ye parliament no agina ho for the 30 years. Ente wo ye MP. Wabedi 4 years you, wabedi 8 years you. Ye were competent clerks are omo manage the affairs of parliament. Omo research get information for you. Omo guide who said the we said the we. Na efa say Public Services Commission and interview omo yi omo nti. Omo ni allegiance to any political party. Na tuma oye no, na chese Ghana man and awesome no. Into untimi manin chiambra no, na wa chiambra no. So these are the preconditions are. The Camphor year ye parliament we at the 30 years na ye can.
Nice. I see. Well, so baby I about do I'm saying come back up. And also a diakotini pa yes ye mrapon kasi constitution ye di bu o man ye kabi mami kebi e braso say itimi sakra niam bi wom. Wadwen kire wo ho sa ne ekosui.
Akwezi.
Honorable.
Abe na wati say osofo bia aka say a Christopher say ntiyensi sa Bible no. What be that?
Bible the way I want back kwasem na ya yesuro.
Yes, sister no. The pano na ya say no mana rollins no mu dibu o man no. No mana Peter like ajetenum DF ananom ADD speaker no. No mana President Mills ni President Kufuor no eyeye no eno na yeda so eyeye ana. So yen sisa constitution no. But we kwa yesi enya no yentimi ndi so. Enya constitution no na say eye nipa no na ya say. That is the fact. The uka constitution ye ka say enye eye yen sisa be no. Enye ni the longest serving constitution in the history of Ghana.
Sure.
Since Kwesi Broni time. Even Kwesi Broni wa hono krampo no. Te ufa 1916 Clifford Constitution. Now for 1925 Georgesburg Constitution. Now for 1946 Alambans Constitution. Now for 1951 Edincla Constitution. Now for the 1966 Independent Constitution. Now for 1960, 1969, 1973, 79. Now about 1992. The 1992 Constitution way and they are the best and the longest serving constitution in the history of Ghana. The Boaka. So if that is the case, why the change? Didn't I was a year force year who say you bet this so? Mrano ho, Bible no dia ho. Bible no say thou shall not kill. Te uko kum ni paba. Now can say, oh, yam temper justice with mercy. Enti enunte, thou shall not kill no. Yam something is stance like I can the change Bible. I saw on our own person upa mayenka. The law is clear. Babia yedri. Ye say adie we yenye. Wako yaba. Wa u ye no se yen sisambra no na yen si ukwa se de be ya untimi nye. It's just a matter of ethics and principles. Our constitution now on so. That's all we need. Baby, what are we saying? Mekai Yewra majority leader, Yewa parliament, Yeka Supreme Court judges. Constitution no amassing. Amassing no. And President Mama appointed for Supreme Court justice. I di omo beka on na Supreme Court judges no omo number no na 11. Orache mensa sorry tiae. Minority for no at that time. And umuye majority. Umu sorry tiae.
But no proposes there should be a cap.
As Honami Bano, in summer umuki kae no. Say Ghana here more than 9 Supreme Court justices. Inte ehunya say appointing 9 Supreme Court more than 9 na they call 11. Inte 4 na President Mama appointed at that time no was unnecessary. It was overburdening the country. I could say anche this was 2012 to 2016. Anche 2 years and a lose election. You lose ya nana Dubai Orache Mensa and a head of government business. First 4 years, Omo appointed 11 Supreme Court justices. But just to go and be added to the existing ones. Omo no kase Ghana here say your Supreme Court justices become more than 9. No. Table no change they appointed 9. They appointed 11 outright. I mean no kase Omo appointed 4, making 15. As Supreme Court judges Omo appointed 11, no, it took the number up to 18. Nipa now say Ghana was not capable of paying 11 Supreme Court justices. Now ye overburden economy no. Ye did o mine a share o montano. Omo 11 can straight a manico 18. Because some retired. Into 18. What I can see? As someone who can say Ghana here more than 11 Supreme Court justices no. And no na Ghana for no tie and no mutu abano mamo. Muba epe ndi ukaya ye tuma no unya akwanya no power no tumi no wie no usisano. So do you need to make it a law if you don't have the ethics, the principles and the morality to be able to go by your words? If you can walk your talk, it's not a law. And your principles. Put that one aside. President Mills ruled with 76 ministers. President Mama ruled with 86 ministers. Orache mensa bosunumu kansa o endos no do pa kwasin do no nyina kansa endos no do. Intiente so cat bring link government. 2 years ago ye dia baton no ma omo by the first time they appointed 125 ministers. But the territorial boundaries of Ghana did not increase. The geographical size of Ghana did not increase. It was still the same Ghana. Yedima omo move from 76 now to criticizing Professor Mills. 88 now or criticizing President Mama. Yedima no onunko appointed 125. So where do you say we should amend the constitution? If you don't have the morality and the principle to walk your talk, then who can't say now to mean this?
Yeah, but Honorable, maybe that portion of a constitution, maybe I would disagree. But are you suggesting that constitution say send a big crook be a scap and truffle for a be an only omunyajin. But 30 years of
constitution say there shall be 19 cabinet ministers. It's an announced to say the cabinet ministers no more saying. They were more than 19. We are aware. Because what promise Nipa Bebre into person disappointed be. Go and see. Constitution is 19 cabinet ministers. Almost me this one. Put that one aside. Yeah, parliamentary system, presidential system. And yes, a bibi keke and a yediano ababe fusion of the parliamentary and the presidential system. There be who's their time? You promise in the Second Republic. You promise you practice the parliamentary system of governance. 27 months and a coup by, and that was the Second Republic. Limam time, Ghana you practice the presidential system of government. 27 months and a coup by, and a soldier function. Through constitution uguye. Into Yelba Consultative Assembly, Yelba Fourth Republic we know. The Consultative Assembly ni kaya ni say, ya practice presidential amwaye, ya practice parliamentary amwaye, Into yam practice your system of governance, na any enquire say yafa parliamentary no mu no makakra. Yafa presidential no mu no makakra. Any ya mamre ni ya mande ni ya culture no ese. Na yemfa enye the 1992 constitution na yemfa nya fourth republic we. Enonti ana se usha at enone di article 78 no eba mo. Actually said the president must appoint not more than half of his ministers outside within parliament. Not less than half of his ministers from parliament. Acquires a fusion of the parliamentary and the presidential system. And no, and I'm a parliament not standing for these 30 years now, yeah, cannot. Yeah, nebaya presidential system now never on yet to go here. Okay, the current finance minister. Anani papa, LED parliament mo mutul mami budget eguye. Okay. Yes, Dian and the Dubai. The Dubai ni say MPs na never parliament no. No more Juma ni say parliament Juma no moye. Ministers no. President no na appointee omu. Inti ama MPs na never parliament ya. No want to mean the ministers because constitution say yam practice the strict presidential system. Into your MP I want to mean your minister. Uya minister want to mean your MP. Inti MPs now mukwa elections are yet to buy you mono. No more parliament so more approve budget no. No mushe abrabwa ministers na yan to buy you mo. Nemo president no na appointee o mo no. Abrabwa no mo bono. MPs no to no musham hey. Monkey the work, baboon the chop. Inti president needing the budget by parliament no. And MPs na ka say yam passy emma unu ministers no enko live ostentatious life na yen tra parliament ya emre enu ne nam so a ke oforata papa a ye fa no Johnson Forata omuli di ye emma ye bo liman budget no etuguye enonte ye ba ye ko fourth republic no na consultative assembly ne ka say ye mixi omu said ye be ya sa jealousy ni greed no e be free. So adie bia obe won constitution mu bia no e won fare by. So what practicing for 30 years you don't say oh enya constitutional review ye nipa na ye wo ho no ye na wo say ye kwana ye ko bob abrabo a president Rawlings no mu edisha afie no unim sa Ghana unim Kletus Avoka Kletus Avoka etu esi 2-bedroom ewo ni krom. Mrs. and 2-bedroom o. Rawlings no time no. Omuma nebugri edi Kletus Avoka edi no bashrag. Te oshe ni katia oji. Ontre kwa ofa asunya sika esi dan kwambie no penon. 2-bedroom. Akwasi put that one aside. Nano ada ya presidential spokesperson Eugene Ahe. Neiri ba one neiri kasakasa ba ya neiri the pictures.
Oh God. Sorry, forgive me, sir. Yeah, I'm an article that Deputy Minority Whip Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim ni ene din komo an article. Behese bia betimi asenya na wahoma no sbi omni atoa enkono so 30 years of parliamentary democracy of minum hanum say Ebi mamin kebi ba ye fiti be said 1992 Rawlings ku obeye ku a na obesi ade so na ye ka so ke ye kwakoto ye kebi mamin kebi na ye hwe mfie aduasani honorable
yeah
na
na me can say
yeah
Rawlings now this our constitution will buy no or none the ministers no more man volunteerism to watch a human and no more ye. So politics was a field of service, not for materialistic gains. In the Kletus Avoka, it's 2-bedroom. Rawlings in the Bugri, Edik Avoka, Eba Shrag. Kletus Avoka, the lawyer, the current Speaker of Parliament, Abambagwin. Almost Avoka Metre, Kletus Avoka, the Parliament, no. You see, all Metre, or Yeshane Ketria, Kwan of fast so see 2-bedroom. That was the bill on metre. None of the year you buy or your spokesperson for Akufo-Addo. The buy out to say was it 32 houses, mansions as leaders and I'm more banner ya found. So no man be and your constitution a brabo. So we are penny na ya kasa ya di omai no baby amawa. Na ya ka tresa beboa na ya nchichire omai no ya ka se benya wo.
But until honorable just audio who say even portions of a constitution no e be here and sacred to say be a transitional provision be can wasem say one more be o ma ba be yeku no mo indemnify mo ka say o da bi yen a ye yeku ebri abia betwe ma na nyema bi ye ensem fata no ye de muntimi mfa mra kwan bia so no eno no ehia say sakra sa nyema ni nyina
Omombe yeku na wo kan omo we. Is that the major current problem ewo man no? And to unim say baby a Ghana your leadership problem. Now kwese no your constitution no. You see, apart from sub-Saharan Africa, North African countries here, tinya develop countries no, ama say, amanonia, sembia sub-Saharan no. Countries like Morocco, Algeria, other countries now. And some ubabedi or mampenya sasa ubabedi, the princes and those people, there was special train na yedi momo. And you say sorry, ya no ubabedi or mansukeke. You are trained and groomed. Yedi omaino spirit no ewraumo, ema omaino do ewraumo. Sa udo umaya untrimbo on my chrono. Omaimo do no enye kasakeko. So we have a serious challenge. And the kind of leaders that is what the problem is. And your constitution, no. And non-tea, and I'm a cultural say, maintain say, yes, it's of Biabo Brabon into the Bible.
Anti constitution assistance, no.
We need character orientation and leadership transformation.
Anti constitution, I mean, as a son, yeah.
Now, we can say, Ufa company law. Wa uridia utumu se normal womb. Akwasi yetimi diso.
Debbie.
For 30 years we are passing over 1,000 laws. Over 1,000 laws. So that 1,000 laws no akwasi yetimi diso ana.
Nyenina.
That is our problem. In the same implementation of laws and the problem of Ghana. And yet enactment of laws or amendment of laws. Let's come back. Only in 1992 Constitution, Article 252. There was every quarter there will be balanced development, equal sharing of resources. Not less than 5% of the all total revenue should be sent to all the district assemblies. Omanpenyi buy or see capping and earmark laws. And or the buy and a pass man. In the 5% in the common fund or titeso or see new law. Aquasis Minawuka say new law. What 45 more districts. Ama districts now for 261. Were appointed 3 deputy ministers with 1 substantive minister. Nanso sika ese odi ko hono constitution si on fan ko hono ontimi ndi so wate so and yet kasai wasa aba be yi another minister of state. There 2 ministers at the Ministry of Local Government, 2 deputies at the Ministry of Local Government. Nembom Article 252 of the 1992 Constitution on my opinion to mean this so. Fami, I will say, do you need to change this law? How to follow the law is the problem. And I'm on the flashy programs. The flashy programs or amend the constitution to suit its flashy program. Meanwhile, constitution a holistic document. And to say a Bible, obey this way, nifa and jaffa, and ya pick and choose. Obey this way, say who this one so. Would Rollinson, President Milson, President Kufuor, President Mama, Omudiso, and Nunti and Ayatimia survival up to today. Let's come to the other substantive issues. The open of my moi, Ukoyasia Fanana. When in Mama Ghana, Uyakasa, Ghana, and a woman, Omuya proud, also. One of them, a democracy. I was we aware.
Yeah.
When in another one, a football.
Sure.
So you aware.
Hospitality in Sukam.
And the third one, the third one, a Ghanaian hospitality. These are the three major things. I can say, ye kabi mamin kabi amambon unim dia namswa ya beldia atinya ba bedrune. Because what is a no yeso ja ban krampono or the IPAC eye juma. Oma afarijan etranso. That time also now ye tie dissenting and opposition voice ye change goalposts. And until the year 2000, opposition for reforms or Mudiba Rolly says Soja Bino or Ditumu. Sebeya Ghana, ye Kadima Minkabia Mamunu Begra, Mariasia Fanana be proud of the Ghanaian democracy. I can tell me, which elections did we record the number of deaths I recorded in 2020 elections? Put that one aside. Rolly didn't change Afarijan. One change electoral commission. Ubeye Jumanoko retirement and now call. Nanadu came in 2017. He changed the electoral commission. Changing the electoral commission, he changed the voter registration law. Changing the voter registration law, he changed the voters register. How can you tell me? Now he's about to change the new voter, the new regulation again. In Ebanisa, not credibility, any integrity, institutions, no, omunya. And when there's trust deficit, electoral body, any democratic institutions, no mono. I can say, Emma Sesane ya katete yes winkayani. So, going forward, your person on my no, yet me build it a combo, not we are proud. I want your cabin mammy cabia mamu. I can say, we just have to follow the constitution in its form. That is it.
Okay.
Okay, 6 January. 6 January 2021. I can say, time one number for a coup of parliament. No, one in the entire no moku.
Yeah, Muspika Mukoyinu.
Ye kwatwa ba yi speaker. Constitution ne say na batwa no enye secret ballot. Ye no a omuti akonya so aban mu esi omu mpre ne nya secret ballot. Enonte na wo say ye ku egu Ghana enu ase. Akwesi enu wana ye. Inti sa constitutional secret balloting in article 113 no mankind. Constitution no the person who protected the integrity and the credibility of the country. Dimbrano so. Person dimbrano so. Also, yen change the constitution no. Also, talk we no as opposition talk. And that majority leader kasamitie ya yet the to me no mawa. You don't do lamentation. You walk the talk. They say. We are lamentation. Now your opposition for Yena Yenko lead the Constitutional Review Committee anymore.
Okay. All right. Honorable.
These are the challenges.
Okay.
In the Yako Parliament in the Electoral Commission Beba Parliament, National Identification Authority Beba Parliament, simply because Mbrana Nanadu di winning 2016 election, about 2020 or changing 2024 or see or sa changing and the yo-yo about Parliament. Inti ya invite mu mmienu. Inti nda obi ama na so nkɔ parliament.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that's it. Anope Nyamisha Honorable.
Yo, Mr. Mida say wa frɛ me. Me nyame jamo.
Right. Deputy Minority Chief Whip Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim Anope need 100.9. Ghana Montie so no asuogwe. What's your no dear? Baby I would jane say enya dia ehia se e ba besisa constitution bia enye ne ehia ni yeah ebeboae saa na opese wo kire na adwinkyere ne bi wo ha anope Shiftman Watonsu Kumasi says it's good that the NDC has finally settled on John Mahama as their flag bearer. They have not done that. Shiftman, they have not done that. They're picking forms in Pacho Tishenensu. Omun Kase Mahama Medio Menim. Keke Ewa Kaswa American Townhouse, Kinky House, or see the 1992 Constitution birthed forth a new dawn of governance within our geopolitical entities, which we are all nurturing to mature. Every 4 years, as it's being mandated by the Constitution, we join the political queue to vote for or appoint our legislators or parliamentarians to represent us and the constituency at the Legislative Council to pass bills. That is Aaron Babako Kokomisa Latabio Kwashiakra and no free no the positive change or Medina. Change of government by the ballot box is in 2024 is inevitable. The hardship on us is crazy today than ever. 2024 election is not only about NDC. It's a collective responsibility to liberate ourselves from this economic hardship and tyranny. That's one here from positive change. Medina and free no the buy. Lam taking Rashid, aka BMW says, Chrissy, I'm dreaming about John Mahama picking off his nomination forms. Well, that's why he said Ghanaians really have short memories. Have you forgotten that his own family declared that Mahama would not contest any election in Ghana again? Oh, come on, Sam. I have four strong boys. You have four strong boys. So is Jack Toronto. The three of us supporting Manchester United. We also support Richard. Who have to say? John Mahama have no option than to pick a form to contest 2024 elections because it's majority of Ghanaians calling on him to save Ghana from collapsing. That's Abladi. If you Kuma Zongo Takra, the NOD free. You must know the difference between present and the past. Please, John Mahama is not a president, but rather former president. Ghana has only one president of the Republic of Ghana, which is President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Please note that because our kids are listening to you. Nana K. Frimpong, Iki Anointing Hands, Domi Kunka. Pacho, what is the problem this morning? What is Ara Trasuma me. Now could the anope I said nya why? Where am I? Pass on Kwana or Brewa. Any enko there. If the enemy she. Anya yeah. She. Opa. Yanko Kagum.
For the new crusading guide, the Bokrat and the Nimuha. Yara Richard Ahiaba, and now what Dahan me are walking. What say NDC for the Ghana for, into Ghana for Montie and Samoa Womokano. Afe River and Cobra. Anabeka sends you an interior. Oma sedan womo dada by. Afe nananum na krasa da woman, almost sends you an eniati. Gusua air kama. titire bebre no na ndra omuta womani ekọ abrantie Christian achi the late Shefie wanom na ne wata wonum fo ni abeto anim sei aye MPP General Secretary aye Justin Kodia Frimpong Henry Nanabuate ono nso ejina ne nkyɛn wɔkɔya wɔde aniama kakra ɛna sika botene ya ɛyɛ 10,000 Ghana cedis ɛsa de kan ho sɛ atwe abusuafoɔ ɛnteɛ na ntutuye bi a wɔde yɛ no wɔmfa nsom wahɔhoɔ Western Region MPP amanyɔko nkurabata ɛwɔ ɛna wɔn kyerɛ sɛ unua temangudua so a wɔnwe mangubunu nti wɔn ankasa de sɛ ɛfrɛ ne sɛ jogate wɔn ɛsɔpɔto no afei OMCCO and water say 45 outlet and womanya gold for oil product nibia MPA for airborne Ghana for amani. Now the insight the Democrat and anymore and will be say a 2 hour mutu was for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. A dear bear pan womunya ye Ghana and Kwana Nimida Kwame Nkrumah na no ye a leader wo vision and is wadi hunu ya no person wa titire wa mani ye nso. Ipa bɔnefo a wɔn mpɛ Ghana yie ɛna wɔn tu papa efiri akonya so yayaya nso ɛnɛ kasakasa bebrebe nso Ghana ntumi nkɔ n'anim. Abranteɛ yɛfrɛ no Sam Atuforsen wɔkyerɛ sɛ NDC amanyɔkuo sunsum a ewu ɛwɔ amasaman no. Sam Atuforsen sɛ ɔbɛsan apagya no ama ne gyina ne nan so. Atem apagya nananom ahemfo ankata ebusia ana wedia ya na nanamayemfo pa entwe na daily statement anim ha OMCC a womanya gold for oil product ni aye 45 Richard Ahiaba woye communication director ma MPP otrese Mahamade anya ade a womu esuro no company na na Danko Akufo-Addo na wo bo judicial infrastructure development aso Umaya dear, majority leader and minority leader and woman say the woman ya careful and mischief be a cause on woman boycott 2 programs a becosing one foul who and semubi. The uncle the Democrat and the Nimha can a man penny to undermine Mahama a copy in the forms here where around 3 ya or Babeko into one wine. Ɛna ebentina Accra Metropolitan Assembly yɛse asika a wɔn di yɛ ɛwɔ Christmas wɔn so wɔn de tɔ ɛmo ne anwa ɛyɛ 800,000 Ghana cedis a ɛyɛ kane 8 billion ne bi yɛse kata asesa ne proye bi akɔso nti wɔn mmerɛ na wɔn bɛyi wɔn ho ano consultant na yɛse yɛtro no out Usa South DC ho asɛm wɔ ha Alep ena omure kremoyi aye 1,000 hectares ye garam safe one sa ase a wo ma se no ena omu san esiesie ni bio na aye kam me chame hu ya wa bi aba ato krata no ade ama
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Ode sampa Kasiabo, Kowaka Tamunsa, Amaya Sa, Kasiaboagye,
Onyeyimu, Nukretrodo, Kawagyemen Kamadinibo,
Nitafe,
Mumayentie, Kasiaboagye 100.9.
Kwesi Bonkwe.
I mean, can't comment in the opinion. Sami Buachi was a man can say, Richard Ahiagba has said it all, and he's perfectly right. NDC has spent unnecessary 25 years in governance and messed up and collapsed every institution in Ghana and left doing so behind as their legacy. That's Sami Buachi and Odiano Ba. Keba Ewa Blekuma says, former President Mahama picking a nomination form to contest again as president is no news to me. Ghanaians know his performance already. Ghanaians knows his performance already. That is why they rejected him in 2016 and 2018. Mahama, never again. That's K Ban Ablekuma NOD free NOD by. NPP presidential aspirant should stop saying that the party has no message for 2024 election, considering the current economic struggle. What they did when they were on duty is enough message for the party. We should hammer our positives. That's Ofori, Edifi, Okain Kwe North, and Odianobai. Usabato Aswansi says, Mr. John Dramani Mahama has picked his nomination form to contest on the ticket of the NDC. We are most grateful to Almighty Allah for touching the heart of the Messiah and nation builder to lead us into the promised land. Usabato Bye. Sofmami Odomi says, upon all the hardship we are faced with, government is still delivering on his promises. Free SHS, 1D, 1F, planting for food and jobs, etc. Let us trust Nanado and the MPP. That's one here from Sofmami for the free Domi and Odebai. Ra Richard Nyama, Deputy Director of Communications, Ura Lanchamantain campaign team, no. Yaneno ending command. Pay a send back about two dra. Things on peacefmonline.com. You be home come on. Yani Richard. Richard, there are some more about Nit FM so. Now I'm going to send you.
Oh, no,
Yeah, Gusun Kakran. Na, and Yama Cosin Ra Alan Chamantain, Sisi Amunam he, one cry hana.
Oh, that's not what you in
If I do so.
In Ghana for to MPP delegates. We say elections now because it's an super delegation. Constitution candidates number 5 say you call super delegate session. Super delegates no do one regional chairman, the constituency chairman, party elders or more national level. A few founders of association and more notions. We have any part 800. Now,
Minty Honas you. Ain't he?
Oh, me say, I can say, more a year when you umbrella play. Akunya, Edina MPP and Namono. So, we put a nipa 5 say, who about to. Now, ye 5 or less. But yes, and they are super delegates winner. Okay. Your concentration to do now a constituency chairman, party, regional party executives. Number 12.
And just a party in Chisha and says, one more person to Frank and a brew do one.
Yes.
Motua Bana Sabano, and now say super delegate come and not him for a name for no betono.
And I may say party regional executive.
Okay. I'm number 2 Sabano.
Constituency chairman.
Okay.
Put the only number 800.
Oh, okay. And your number son is Wabe Numuon.
Yes, and in Numuno, Becano. Now, you no Aqua Delegates Conference.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm almost around the world, but around the country. Now, yeah, quite around.
No, about so that bay.
Oh, sir, and a party in Empire MB2 Jano.
Okay.
It looks like the party is in a state of confusion. I'm to me and die a bit waba.
Oh,
because
oh, now say, Richard, now say, Richard. Oh, but sir, wait, I know issue.
We need to tell the party, say, to about NDC. You are Bemu, NDC about your elections at 6 states. Now you're sitting at home. They catch the party before say, man, in your campaign, man, say, and yet people are busy endorsing others and saying, I see me see.
But some more constitution chair.
Now, committee say, you have to be disciplined. You have regional chairman. You have party chief whips. Actually, physically out there campaigning. Abraham party member and your party leader, and so you with him. And those people will not be called. Now, we are party now we with him, people from, and they are calling. There's some level of indiscipline in the party, and we need to tell them. If I pass and you just because regional chairman 16 have declare or declare they don't do anything about it. But Mr. Kodia was not happy. And he's repeating the same thing. What is doing it? Majority people after party MPs on every PMO. And so we didn't anyone never to occur of the Bawiana Island winner. You know, they will be able to work with Allah. And let's stop pretending. Some of us we will speak our mind. And because they cannot settle on a date, you know, and they will be a campaign. And it is affecting no everything now the bad say. My party for your campaign because you haven't fixed the date yet. Because you are busy campaigning and endorsing candidates. I have fake endorsement.
I see. Well, it's obvious from Senior Richard Uchech and Alan campaign team. Munye happy with the fact that up to date being by even super delegate conference.
Oh, any Alan for maybe it's a party executive. Maybe it's a party for no say who are your party near who team no. Don't you think we should elect a candidate right now? For elections.
Because we know didn't come so.
What is stopping us from having a date?
Mama be any formal approach to the executives about this particular situation, as I mean the Alan campaign team especially, because we know didn't come not to the larger ABI MPP, but more so ABI as a campaign team. No.
For campaign team, we have made our position clear to them. Party in Penipokra, election system. So that we start preparing ourselves and our candidates. So if they think we stand where we are, we are letting them know. And
but this issue about a campaign be a man for endorsement in the account. Some also a oral and chamantin soon number one so ye be a name boy. And yet, Chema say, yeah.
It's a party for branch. When you give an impossible and a law not possible to obey, then you are making it easy for your authority to be undermined. They are quite backward. Next year, you cannot tell when you want to go for your candidate. You are saying a party before a woody party do not go campaigning, and they are doing it. Now, when you're there, I don't undermining yourself. Most people can be a friend or a trainer. And yet, you have a friend saying, you to be openly campaigning. Oh, yeah, Emma, you're not crying. Now, I'll say about me, I'm asking, and nobody is saying anything. What would you say? It's now. Oh, yes, Emma, John Brady. Because she said they should use that. Now, for no friends, we can do the baby. There's any problem here. I mean, we should look around with campaign team and think twice.
Dr. Baumiana, ask him now, okay. I didn't know kind of
sound. Just seeking attention and now they have to a declaration. You see, party people are happy. Over the years, you know, I'm watch Asiano, and I'm going to say, and I'm moving the party for me. Juma for 6 years. Now, regional chairman. I would this continue TV so when I'm better no that
but Richard, the way I see say me sure so be because but this one the senka it's not your benefits niaman ko yie ufi say niaman ko yie and say ala na emfaso no be ba man me boa.
Oh, I don't say ala na emfaso be ba man listen let me tell you nobody has I'm not happy for him. I must be interview you have it. If you to for delegates, you be shocked.
And teacher said, I'm out for no dada, Dr. Bamia.
I'm on that no. For campaign for either to reclaim their MP is the loss or to maintain the one they have. They are not doing it genuinely. Then I'm one of them finish ever and send the catcher and so the other for 2 keke. And that's why
I for some now can for no few in the cheap buy.
Oh, do you expect me to say it to you?
No, me person no, hold on, Richard Nyama, hold on. I'm asking, sir, no, Richard Nyama, but me bisa say, for say a man for no be a woman, Dr. Bamia, ye Juma, and no more fee in the chi, eba catcher, Musa, and I'm saying,
and that's what is going on. And I'm not happy for him as my brother. I'm not there to see him. And you know, if you take a second look at the people around him, that's all I will say. I don't get a advice to him as my senior brother.
Okay. Yasemo. So I'm not Mahama Kwakofa formal.
Oh, Mama, fan of
Okay. So, meaning someone who this story online, Bemsen Komaya buy Bra Mikase, I think was majority chief whip. Honorable and not on prayer. No, this has me two just say there's actually a cabinet subcommittee B na sa committee no on economy. Here oral and chairman one no or no. Na a buyer from the Alan campaign team no more ebakase sa asem no can enye no kre. There's actually a reporter which on peacefmonline.com ABC News and I think say kind of peacefmonline.com are publishing about say they can confirm authoritatively say yes subcommittee no na wo ho no say na no kre na ora alanchamantin na no da no enti economy no so no say e bi aboa ye mfa so bo no e bi mfa so ano mahu ene mo reaction se mu hu
oh but reaction no we won't reaction I be mine and I won't hear
Debbie
and there's an official letter from the Alan campaign responding to it. Oh, that been economic management committee. That been not it ABOAGYE. This one did you hear of it?
Oh me na minim I say penfo mo abem no mbe kan.
And it that been almost article 7.
Enti mu da su jan bebia mu jan sa nya no kra wo.
Oh me I am the middle. 2017, 2018, I did the for year for your no. Would you teacher or my one lecture symposium? Ama o ma penya be de che eye lecture lecture dey see a bibia for you. Ijuma wa ye eba aban no economy ni ekwenyi no. Okay. Samra na economic management committee of cabinet one. Enti senne oje na se enkonya and then now and also if you can't appropriate any problem enkonya come out enkonya dia na eyobi na aye since when that is the hypocrisy we have. And that is the reason why the economy is not going well. So some person it's Alan the one managing the economy. What the economy has it? Don't we do Alan economy? It's other normal for economic ministry now, man. Other normal for economic management team, man. Here we are talking about symposium. AE Vice President as the one responsible for making the economy be what it is. And then one farmer Alan and on be to sanity. So let's say even what they are saying. And we are not saying it. But when we document almost yes. It's now we do.
You have a document.
That paper now we did put that economic management committee and subcommittee of parliament cabinet.
Yeah.
That document, they make me now actual that document. So what is the proof that it is authentic?
That's forgery. Like I Richard was just say one more forgery at the end of that tour.
It's fake. It's a fake document. They say almost can you almost say the role of because we get they say who are the members of that committee. That's almost members of the committee. Yeah. Almost the role of that committee. Almost that committee approves memos. I don't realize they are insulting the president. Every memo that comes from parliament, cabinet, the decision of the cabinet is the head of cabinet that signs it. And the head then cabinet memos on economy. But I don't understand some and expose ourselves ignorantly like this in public. It's not fair. When the economy was doing well, it was Dr. Mahmoud Bamia. And then someone is the economic messiah or the economist, the excellent. Now, or your lecturer at Oxford, or your Bank of Ghana, penny, all of the things you have told. Why, yeah. And then, and I see it. Now, I ask them, that particular document now, almost the two can. Obviously, economic management team, it's economic management subcommittee.
I'm saying our cabinet subcommittee.
Cabinet subcommittee.
Yeah.
And that one is superior to the economic management team. The economic management team, what they are there.
I would say because the cabinet is a creation of constitution.
The ministry is part of the economy. And even health minister is part of the economic management team. Now, what they start a subcommittee every advising president and a cabinet, is superior. And when they were giving lectures and symposia, because that time now never it's so. But before Montie, don't be deceived. Someone who could know the party. The party of rules and the people that are dealing with like half of the party has been set aside. I am trying to intimidate everybody that is supposed to be on the other side. The one you actually see of an enemy, I don't know if I say, who won't come by no, won't come party no. I'm telling you who is listening to me that belongs to the MPP. It is stopping now. When you could be courageous, nobody is going to threaten anybody anymore. The party, some of us put our blood and our lives on the line. And then, we'll be a cash and say, I'm going to call court, echo cool. Am I in to be a court to be better? Meaning, it's not my menu. 2014, I was in court for 8 months continuously, every day, Monday to Wednesday. The open the chief justice and I was sitting at my own peril with my own money to ask the government. Then the party, whether they ever gave me 1 cedi, the time I was fighting to remove Loretta Hampton. 2000, the year 2000, let me work, University of Ghana. I was on holiday. The sir, Yawura, Lord Come, the Otiemi and there. So, just of being channel. Now, kind of say 2000. The boy, or no Lord Kwame, any Kobnaja the pump, and by it. Some of us, they sought us our help. They call envelope. Now you are holiday, Samren. Among my training, I catch her and say, I am babu. Any new, then you could look and for support the party, no, especially in the weak areas of the party. So they needed volunteers to go to the NDC stronghold as polling agents. Maybe at 2000, maybe volunteer to go to Volta region. Omo amatina Ghana politics watching on be kind thing. Ya polling agency be MOB for that cemetery. I was one of them. It was raining and we were sleeping on graves. Alaji Sadiq of Radio Universe, that was the number one radio station in Ghana. I had the he announced it on Radio Universe then. And then we must have a Pasha, when the time comes, we compare records. Under normal circumstances, if we are about to all those on the other.
And Pacha Obo Alaji Sadiq Richard. Richard.
Party. We will call United Party. Now you are in the table party. It's going to stop. Allah is going to unify this party. Allah is going to bring this party. Now what I would tell me now, who could know? Party now I have to party. Who put the party so that they have been abandoned? This is who pay. Oh, who display to Chicago TV do something? Or the answer may do it. They showed it to you one way to the internal election for party national executives. Oh, yeah, you view, and now I tell you when you say, oh, I see the same thing. You have 102 endorsed MP. You want FPCB and new. They're not following you. That's propaganda. I will come for them.
Okay, all right. The face you ask. Okay, now Obo Alaji Sadiq, you know. Sadiq, sorry, Alaji Sadiq. Yeah, Ben now come on 7.
2000 elections are here for years, and President Kufuor 80
But I be with the radio university and okay, now come 2000. 2000, eh?
Yeah.
And okay, near me, senior was me cry 99, 96, 99 in January.
Oh, okay. Okay, I can make an role.
Yeah.
So those who have come into the party, we are telling them.
Okay.
If we come to comparing of records and reward it. Party 1992. Now, Alan, chairman of the professional executive forum, young executive forum. Omuna na omuti pika eta party lechi. And then here we are Macmenu. For a church, Kachida Wanya the baby ko. Kandapa. Former finance minister, Wanya the baby ko. How will do? There were members of that committee.
Okay.
And was their chairman. Also party will feed that 1992, we were part of the economic management team of the NPP. And now obviously are no expert in economics.
All right.
Practical economics will be under President Kufuor, Trade and Industry Minister for the PSI buy. Under Kufuor, now on your expert in industrialization, about the Senate Trade Ministry.
Richard,
business persons to expand their companies and make them industry. And currently, 190 either completed or at various stages of completion.
All right.
And no, we have to transform this country because for financial security, more reported the number one threat to Ghana, and that is unemployment.
My FNC, Richard, my FNC now, Yenya Bakutia, and I'm Ponsabedi Ako message you are say, what is the worry of Richard? If we are deceiving Dr. Baumia, why should the camp of Alan get worried? We hope they won't resign from MPP after losing.
Oh, the American and we say, oh, you mean we are? I am a northerner. And trim for you pay the seat too. I'm a state talker only. There are people in his camp who are sell out. They can't say I will premium. I will tell him personally. And the results. Former General Secretary. And I can answer fear delegates. Uncle Peter, you want to be endorsement on my 16 regional chairman and could see anything. And then if that same person is leading and saying, what passion to regional, the 12 and
Medase Anope Richard Nyamisha Papa Richard Nyama, Deputy Director of Communication Alan Chamantin Campaign. Na I have ye bidi DBH. Say Richard Nyama or Castle or no Radio University now 2000 I'm saying Richard was 2000 now the na me crash so 99 crime tianum say and Dr. Isaac Brackon so I send me was say me too I'm your senior 1998 around was it
yes
yeah doc okay me cry me I you them this here
over question now unim doc
me no ming is a more school no me you pensem kwa say Embesian there na be me radio na mkom baby o me floor no kra mo kopem ho asem S block kom ko mu yi mi floor rep na guy back ko last of him say this a floor rep there we no dey see am kra o I'm so mo pem ho asem me na mo guys mu yi mi floor rep
o kwesi what say me
I'm guys mu yi mi floor rep na mu yi mi kra me say me mpe
me call you
me say by force me na match o nti me the floor rep be ma me na me say me me wala tu wala so
me
ko me what
first class
ni UCC
we dey ninti ho ai saade a wunya na ni di wati a aya ye pewa ye nti me enya bi
then no enya bi
first class
any day first class day result
yes
Ube
UCC
no day
of Cape
That's how one go UCC. One go UCC. Yeah, man, count. Okay. Oh yeah, then.
Product.
Oh yeah, there man course. Education. And education then to certificate in here then. At the end of the day, there no more award.
Done.
More award with the University of Cape.
Yeah, so this is certified.
I say, would there be say no more award?
Basic.
And no near a award.
Because the end, ABS on the gunness.
Because you need because me can't about oh, I don't know more award me. Until you are person can.
Well, for question person who result time in yai.
Omo awodo die.
Ese konko no mu. Also konko no a wo mu bobo hyem no. Eda so hyem.
Me wie no 99 omo awodo me. Bachelor of Arts. Major in religions. Nam so there now wie no mo awodo there.
Anama.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All the sampa Kasia bo Kowaka Tamunsa Amaya se Kasia Waye
onye yimu no kretrodo kagire men kamadini bo nitafe mumayentie kwasi abwaji 100.9
kwesi monkwe.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no ho ade no. Hwem so betumi a. Asew. Now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afi bia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Asew. Wo den kan no ntumu ho. Me be mo anu nsu hye kura de aka ho. Wo hwe de wepi ho. Wo ka se batete e da fom ho. This way chocolate drink.
Crash up pay baba ware.
Asew.
Ye fi say this way chocolate drink. Ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye be hwe fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia boagu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwe se adwede nkrato mo agye atum se eye.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized, feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
And some ko twiko bata esum se don twa no dumaja esum Ghana Montie adwumadie so eye neat adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo neat 100.9 FM.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Odisampa Kasiabo Kowaka Tamunsa Amaya Se Kwasi Abwaagye
onye yimu no kretrodo kagire men kamadini bo
nitafe
mumayentie kwasi abwaji 100.9
kwesi monkwe.
Baba bremwe na yenti o de bankrata minti kakra.
Abusuafo de bokrata ya frene se teleguide. Atafa etoso miensa na mitina mu. Watrasa papai ya freno kakra Samuano ono ya chairman ema internal elections and this yamanyoku na okase watrasa enra former president John Dramani Mahama Joshua Alabi na odi n'animu a okopeke forms edemano na watrasa ena no pay I think bam say 9 kura agbawie Dr. Kwabena Dufuo ono so akopeke ne forms na ansa na no wo mu kyerɛ so owura bia ya frɛ no obia so akopeke ne forms ya wo gyina na after Dr. Kwabena Dufuo no ya wobeto aso ewowura akojobonsu kane no ye Kumasi mayor so ebekwa akofa ne forms enti anra no former president John Dramani Mahama ana owura bia ya frɛ ne sɛ Kwaku Kobia anya Kwaku Kobia womumi enu na kofa aye ennei Dr. Kwabena Dufuo ana Kojobonsu ane Kumasi mayor womu ana womu nso bekwa akofo womu de enne internet say ansa sa nipa nan ya pe na omu ebetina na owura kakresa mu atrese owura na skobia ne de won sada ennim no bat enya no wanwan so sa party no nti nipa bebre no a ewom nti so abafa no forms se wo gyina ya to no so aba e kwan so ano no na enra mampani na na do danko akufu ado epese Ghana police egyina na nti pick up asan no ɔde 100 ɛna de ma wonum ɛna motorbikes nso ɔde 600 ɛna amo personal career a friend say APC vehicles nso ɔde ma Ghana police na wɔkyerɛ sɛ sɛnti a wɔde nneɛma ɛma wɔ mu ne sɛ abɔnefosɛm yɛbɛtumi etu aseɛ wɔ Ghana na anworɔ bɛse a wɔn tete yɛn no yɛtumi etu wɔn ase yɛn nso da no wɔdi pefee sɛ aban no ɛba wɔ man no bambɔ a ani ɛkɔ ho paa nti ɛbrɛ a wɔde akadeɛ yi ɛma no danfoɔ Ambrosary no ɛna yɛ interior minister Dr. George Akufu Dampare nso yɛ IGP wɔn ɛna gyina mu asa nneɛma wɔn ɛde maa yɛ ɔbɔkrataa yɛ frɛ sɛ daily guide ɛka ho asa na deɛ mede toa so ɛyɛ de bɔkrataa ɛne sɛ daily graph anim hɔ anom sɛ awurade yɛ adom a Saturday Nigeriafoɔ aba na obi Labour Party Peter Obi no nkɔfoɔ yɛ ada no pa wɔn so wɔagyina saa this time around there wɔn asi wɔn agyene pese wɔn ama no ɛna bɔɔla to all progressive ɛno no wɔn deɛ wɔanyini ɛna Atiku Abubakar nso yɛ People's Democratic Party candidate nso egyina mu contest ebinom ka ho deɛ bate mmiɛnsa a wɔso ntakra ɛwɔ mu ɛyɛ saa nkɔfoɔ wɔ yi ya na nnuro ɛna wɔkyɛ sɛ ayasabea ahodoɔ no ebi ɛnni hɔ sɛ nka yɛkɔwɔ bi a frɛ sɛ routine vaccination program ebi te sɛ ɛbasrɛ kamiti guare ECG vaccine a yɛde ma tuberculosis ɛno nso ebi ni hɔ oral polio vaccination ɛno nso the same thing measles rubella nso ebi ni hɔ meningitis ɛna diphtheria ɛno nso ebi ni hɔ tetanus deɛ pertussis ɛyɛ whooping cough nso ebi ni hɔ obi nso nya polio the same thing oni bi ni hɔ hepatitis B sɛ ebi a obi anya hepatitis B ɔkɔ hospital a yɛsɛ yɛma no nturo no nso the same thing ebi ani hɔ ɛna wɔn kyɛ sɛ baako bi nso yɛfrɛ ne sɛ Haemophilus influenza type B nso ebi ni hɔ ɛna 6 infectious disease a ɛyɛ dangerous wɔ ɛka nkwadaa ɛma wɔn to anananom wɔn nseɛ do no nso ebi ni hɔ nti wɔn kyɛke mbea bi te sɛ Greater Accra, Western Region, Central Region, Upper West Bono, Eastern Region, Upper East Region nyinaa no na nduro ne bi ani hɔ nti wɔn nsɛm kyerɛfoɔ a Central Region ɛde esi edu ado ɔsɛ ɛwɔ no wɔsi nduro no ebi ni hɔ ekɔbla akɔla nso ɛsɛ ne bi ni hɔ rain andon ɛyɛ adɛ saa nkɔfoɔ nyinaa kɔbisabisa a wɔn kyɛ sɛ nduro no ebi ani hɔ no mu sɛ amomfa nduro ne bi na page 19 yamanyoko wɔn abie nhoma wɔ obi a wɔpɛ sɛ wɔgyina premier asebɛgya akonnwa na sɛ franka tufuo di brɛ no ɔpɛ ka ofam se wɔn kyɛ sɛ general secretary Yavi Kote krataa a wɔde pie yɛ no baabi a wɔn de nsa ato soɔ ayawa so central ɔ munyae ama saman obi ntumi nkɔpeke Prince South akɔya efutu gomu asɛn amemfi isevalujra asen north pisiga akwanso aye ma yensu ano anse asokwa ɛna nso north ebi te sɛ ahafo ano north ɛkyerɛ Prince South West eduja ma ɛna abosome frɛm sante akyemsan wedubia nsia South to be Omena Gomua is Kontomra Binduri ɛna Odododio saa mmea ahodoɔ nyinaa no ya ntumi ankɔpeke fam san sɛ wɔn ɛyɛ nsiesie kakra ɛwɔ hɔ na asɛm yi a ɛbɛtɔ ogya yi ɛna ɛnra new patriotic party ɛfra nsɛmkyerɛfoɔ nsiamudie na Richard Ahiaba ya wɔyɛ MPP national communication director ayɛ ɛka asɛm na wɔkyerɛ sɛ mɛmo obiara ntie ndisifoɔ asɛm a wɔn economy na wɔn na ɛbɛtumi ayɛ wɔn ntumi nyɛ wɔn atumi manage economy no yie paa yɛ MPP foɔ emu nhyɛ baabi a saa abere economy egyina danya Russia ne Ukraine tukwa yi ɛna COVID-19 a Ghana yɛ dɛdɛɛdɛ nso mpodua ate a na emu yɛ IMF nhyehyɛ yi ebibiara kɔ kama ɛno ano ne yɛwie yɛ ne yɛ korɔ nti sɛ wode NDC atoto MPP ho a wɔn a etumi manage economy no papapa ɛyɛ MPP anyoko nti NDC foɔ nsɛm a wɔn ka ne deɛ yɛ mɔntungu sans wɔn ni bibi biara ɛde ma ɔ na deɛ saa bɛtɔ ogya bio a wɔkyɛ sɛ campaigning to anima akɔ pick ne fam ɛso wɔn koraa deɛ wɔn so na wɔn mmɔ kesire wɔn mmerɛ wɔn ɛtɛn no speaker lanche 30 years ɛyɛ parliamentary democrat ɛno koraa deɛ yɛdi ho nkɔmɔ koraa dada mpanimfoɔ kuku dam bebree ɛkasa ayɛ yɛ a wɔn kyerɛ sɛ well so far so good yɛmpushi nkɔ yɛnim afei interest payment ya yɛ $8.5 billion debt no ban ɛsrɛ development partners asɛ wɔn ehu yɛ mɔbɔ kakra saa bere yɛsi kasam ɛnyɛ ɛne yɛde nkɔɔfoɔ nso ka nti wɔn a yɛde wɔn aka nyinaa wɔn nhwɛ yɛn ɛne yɛn niska nti tɛw paa ne yɛde bɛsrɛ mo sɛ ehu yɛ mɔbɔ kakra na mo nkɔnsida yɛn ebia nkakra nkrekyiri yɛbɛtua ba beebi a yɛtena sisi yi deɛ oyɛ ɔman a Ghana de wo ka paa sɛ bɛka sɛ yɛbɛnya sika no etua deɛ bɛyere bɛyɛ den nhyɛ na momfa yɛ aka na Ghanaian Times Democrat no afa ɛtɔ so ɛnan campaign Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo His Excellency ɔda ha no wɔkyerɛ sɛ Ghana yɛ democracy no ɔba abɛhyɛm kena titiri paa ne sɛ mmarahyɛbagya no ebɛtumi etina ne nan na sɛnti a wɔka sɛ ne sɛ mmarahyɛbagya no wɔn dwumadie tɔ sinipɛ ɛte so ɔman no nso yɛda ate ne yɛtoto no ase yɛn nyinaa yɛnhyɛ na yɛ democracy yɛntumi ma no ntina ne nan so afei asan ɛde aba de bɔkrataa mu ase na yɛde wɔn ɛma aware child marriage ɛna child labour akwadaa no wɔnyini yɛ nso mpanimfoɔ bi ayɛ wɔn adwene sɛ cut them young and they shall be yours forever ɔno support asɛm nam nti yɛn nkyɛn na nka nkwadaa no enyini sɛ nkwadaa no nyinyini a ade wɔn nyini ma yɛn yɛn ya ne yɛbɛyɛ ho adwuma nti yɛn nkyɛn na nkwadaa no nyini na nkwadaa nketenkete ne ate wɔn sɛ wɔn mu awadeɛ akwadaa ketewa ne ate ne ade mu wɔn yɛn nkyɛn no wɔn nyini na ɛdeɛ.
Mama Miko san komo we enra eye NDC amanyoko no say bra mpenfo ko pie teach radio shwala bi ni wo mo kan ho mo kwakofa form de ama ura John Mahama no beto edwa wo mo election committee ne ho nsensem na ye pese ye din komo kakra the NDC election committee ni nia aba Madi Jibril ye member ma the NDC election committee Madi da asemo akwa baba ni TFM so anope
Mr. Mejimaso
na bako de okay, so near the Kanya enemy, sa committee no almost setting up the bank.
Lady Kamamintia, with you for no pay.
Joseph.
Your party guidelines in internal elections are. Your committees may be at the headquarters. Back on a electoral committee and our vetting committee and appeals committee. Now, committees where usually and some are be a nomination of nomination, The committee will say till last week. NEC and MSR to me no. Commission that committee do in the area.
Okay. So there being pa ni mo adwuma no electoral committee there pa ni there na moye.
Electoral committee a committee organize a planning for the internal elections presidential primary right from say your baby nomination vetting printing of ballot papers say any electoral commission benya engagement and on back forward police for back forward no delegate list you never back elections now no electoral committee na so after the end of the election you better we are declare candidate.
I see. And so far nefa ebia mo abato na nhyehyɛ ne bibia mo na esimu na so.
I abato no hyɛ ne na ɛwɔ committee no.
Enti mo yɛ nipa bɛ dodo sɛn mo ana dama no as titiri ni.
Committee no 7 member.
Okay.
3 member no by representatives. Baako menu election department of the party. And mensa NEC na say NEC and the party nankasa leaders no a bit choose mensa from the NEC to represent. Then a lawyer and a member of parliament and a Obaba.
Okay. So far nneɛma mo de ato dua na kyɛ sɛ form si ɔma hyɛ aseɛ form si no bɛwɔ hɔ a kɔpem time bɛn.
There were 3 days to pick nomination and no starting draft from every Friday and a time 9 to 5 p.m. In between 9 to 5 p.m. no the guidelines in Ankasa no you will break until 12 o'clock so they break it they will start again at 2 p.m. before 5 o'clock.
So far, same way be nominations for both presidential and parliamentary.
I be to presidential and parliamentary.
And to be a person Ujina ABO 2 franc ama NDC no or 50 and ra copim there being Ochinifi.
Yes, every Ochinifi 5 p.m. About 5 p.m. Won't mean pick form.
And you 1 5 form
2 ways. Presidential no dey over picking one kasa with at the party office. But parliamentary there a website now pick forms no. But then also 5 o'clock on the Friday no we'll close that website and access.
Okay. And you be a person be original say be a person 2 franc no on channel so. So now so no ani untimi enya akwanya bia.
We want to pick for my only opportunity here because you will have from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And information we so no in the 2 almost a week. That is what a week last week in the 2 just 10 no. It is a already amount no 5 p.m. on Friday one team am and would contest election the other presidential or parliamentary.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. And so far now, how's it going? Mubiye.
Oh, make I say, yes. 9 a.m. NABA nomination. No, you will find the first form. That John Dramani Mahama, and I'll pick in the form at around the 10 o'clock. And I'll pick in the form. And NS so also picking the form. And Sana Kojubu so they picking. The magazine draw process in the the only surprise that we had, NS from now PK. The kind of surprise and we didn't expect anybody to pick a form yesterday. But she should be among the aspirants a day before and because of homogeneous brain, the new move the band now also performs. And see, in California, my dad, any round of performs, you know. Into your mamma's alcohol and into flag bearer, John Mahama, Eka, however, need on a nice Napa. And of Koto Bones to catch it over a funny day, Casby. And in Dran and Catano, and about Coupe and I share the use of a platform. But your honor, friends, NS by a sale of a form. because there's a time, so we allowed him to pick his form yesterday. But your husband could go to over Thursday, you know, also buy a fan drop.
Okay.
But in Miranda interest will be part of a form my own team from man. It's the form to know a man because it's the end of the day for his own time. But for a very time now, and no same Rano. It is surprising in the area one kind of the form. In that say, I want on. It is to four and a patient of pay. So we are not giving anybody from anti-copy in the form. I think I am more.
Okay. All right. And so far, so parliamentarians and so far,
parliamentarians, you know that we are more picky. That one, it will come at the close of the day. As soon as I got system now, we say, Nipa say, and I pick it form, constituency by constituency.
Okay.
Because a website, so, but we are not assessing until we human on Friday. Yeah, you have to just say, if your constituency will be a pick it form. And I said, go back on our pick it form, and I never do an pick form. But the woman said, there were 27 constituencies that party no at the and to say may be nominated was at 27 constituencies and also ever one. And out of the 276 constituencies on parliamentary, 27 constituencies be
na eno anope na ye kinkan krata no ye ni echi for eche no me who the reason I'd continue mo etu sa na mo DNT na ba sa sorry about 27 of the constituencies mo say honum say hold on no the any reason
the woman say a party juma in share maybe biana yet to in public domain because it may be on a strategy it may be on issues the dynamics to be a form.
Okay.
And I don't know if any 40 minutes now with the consultation of the constituency in any region. Then we say, we know, okay, may MBC and I may be in that way. And the Baba Kona say, see, and I see. And a party natural say they be that time we didn't be in a nation. And I know the first time now, and we have never given reason on this issue.
Okay. But Omodi be later and Omodi and Baba.
So, 2016 elections, you know, Akwetia put on hold. And the be nomination close to elections, and I had waiting close to about. I think there are about 12 constituencies that year. 2020 elections, about 42 constituencies across the country. That's what I said. When you get to this point, you have to be strategic to be always to a plan EA. And see, by all means, we're going to send a representative from that constituency to about for electoral commission. And the NDC file 276 constituencies if it is so in the 2024 election.
So, and your movie, close nomination now, then a better so.
Okay, what's form your form A and form B? A and the Nipa now contest elections now, or better on the details, the information. Now, they see the account on the picture. However, there's a form B. I was say well contest elections, you know. Intiminia, Crophobi, ending to Muse, they believe they over to me contest. I did not create a Jimmy. About presidential, it's about in each constituency, it's about so be endorse who form so. Pani was so to me in this in the good standing, what really gives our party no more up to date. But in constituency, the constituency do no. Branches now 50% of those branch executives and friends branches then also endorse who form a mouth. And from now, I'll pick you from up to 1 month. I was so over to say you we after low form I was seconded. Now after 1 month, now I'm returning form way back to the election committee.
Okay, all right. You're saying BBB more for an Muchita for SSO Montia be a betting the account.
Oh, the Becca as a committee member, and say maybe we were picky form a candidate in no. Who picky form a candidate of the party yet. Whoever a candidate as the local through vetting, which will come after 1 month. They approve who we are and so a candidate. And the amount for and they also amount for forms, you know. The amount for form as the amount picky form. So be a candidate. The only candidate this say do vetting point, say approve or more at the vetting point. And see, and when I make a amount for NTS say forms the amount for a picky form. but still the people to me am misty requirements no and no and eventually at the vesting point no and a scabia will be able to say what 30,000 for nomination form for presidential and 500,000 of it no and no who do form but my silly forms in the party no in case one qualify a party name here will take a mouth because I don't know the idea was dear to me say and now I didn't try and my abba in the party no and refund will take a mouth. In the magazine so far your party for a human start shall say towards 2024 election.
Well, that's an opinion. Shop, Madi. Madi Jibril, a member of the electoral committee of the NDC Amanyukono, and a pay need 100 points na Ghana Muntie Sono Asugoi. Na paying for so at Nasi Babi Dinkomo, any PAC of the NDC communication team at Nasi, Benjamin Jewa PR MPP communication team, and be do but many any Baba Shas here. But before that, no main kind comments ni being so Mode Abba and pay and Famamo. Right, Leviticus Powers, Kaswa says many reasons why the NDC ex-president Mahama must be rejected by Ghanaians again. One, the NDC pulled this country into darkness for 5 years without a solution. PSHS by the NPP government is the best policy in Africa. It goes on and on. That's Leviticus Powers, no D and no Eddie by Adolf Hitler. El Medina says, hey, he will kill personal. One with his jokes. What have you been awarded from UCC then? You said it is still in the Congo. Adolf Hitler. I want to tell Ahiagba and the entire NPP, if they think Mahama can't fix the disaster that they created, then the NPP is entire that's waste. Carlos Office Manuel. No, sorry. Carlos Ofoi Manuel Nima. I love this guy. That's Carlos again there. Pamela V. Ewo Pokuasi Benghazi says, I don't want the Chinese leader, Mr. Xi Jinping, to cancel Ghana's debt. So that President Kufuor should stop begging. Pamela V. Well, it is for Ghana anyway. So if they cancel it, it's a news to Yenina benefit. Teacher Kujo Watepa Susu was say former President Mahama is not consistent. After he lost the 2020 elections, he told Ghanaians that he and his family have decided to stay away from politics. Well, you are welcome to your third embarrassing defeat. That Teacher Kujo and no dear no bye. Mahama again in Ghana's politics? No way. Ghana had one of its highest inflation rate of 17.7% in 2015. NDC don't have anyone to compete with the NPP then. They should forget 2024. Mama G, Kaswa, and Odia Nubai. I thought inflation is like hovering around 54 there. 30 years of democracy. The 1992 Constitution needs a serious amendment. The power invested in the president is too much. Until we do that, nothing will work as we all are expecting. Yabanye Jampantrudu, the second, and all the way by. Mystic Wonder, Avuko Insom Adrejiri. Ex-President Mahama and the NDC party will surely rescue Ghana from the hand of the discredited, corrupt, nepotistic, clueless, and intransigent Nana-Addo Bawumia-led NPP government come 2024. Need 100.9 Ghana Muntie Jumedi Suno Asuegui. Any PSC at say was studio no hanu sinya. Iba be manu akwaba na edin komo ni akwaba.
Yeah, Jamina.
Na boko die.
Open from the door ya mai.
Akani aka o.
Akani aka. Tena woni mpepe. That's just what you ask mama. Because so be him say ne aka ne de. Ye twe antwe.
I don't know about that one.
Oh yeah, sure.
Fashion segment in the do soon. Mami Sama ni makwaba na yenin komoni PSC NDC enim akwaba biom.
Yeah, Jamina.
Okay. So Yanshan Komona say 30 years of democracy and then right teach you parliamentary democracy. I'm sure say yes, Abakwa say no senior Ghana tieno. This is the first time Ghana EDC ni nisu as on mine kebi mami kebi yetimi nya parliament atna wa and fear aduasa vadim frame bebre no ye sha ase fiti bem say we dey fan fie bia from the 50s ye independence ye di ba enim o ha na soja foi no ma ba beji o ma boss no 2 constitution egu. This is the first time 30 years at twice so enra mpanyfo kasa ye edin sim bebre dia to no pay any majority leader edi hu komo people who are ebi omo chiro ma adwen constitution yen sacre mu ebi say no yen change portions of it ebi say we should even rewrite the entire constitution the whole thing. I mean, let's break it into two. This constitution come out, then parliament omedi this 30 years in deepening democracy say na timao into
o we de any question me that say you share ache
no correct
e kai faze we started morning show many first person am ba so
sure
ni remfi that and I think say that you chro
abakwasem
na all the meeting back
no correct
ni chia we tie phone so
tie for juice
and I pass the share ache wa near yebekani am say dwumadi bia no ahyase nsiesie na ehia. One of these American former leaders of Aku say they give me 6 hours to chop down a tree. Now use the first 5 hours to sharpen the axe. He said, "Diano, omanim don't hear we sian so mfa mu a, or they don't hear we numa edi kan no. Ebese we kuma or de kwa kutwa diano." Dan say diani twa no ne success ejina akuma ne nam so. Inti yebeka say won a bi asehye yen for Republican Constitution no. Ye wase da bi ebed babon ye de bema on na ya bon abaso. Won say yen constitution ye ne a different hybrid. Ye fa American system na kakra na ye kofa British system na kakra. Unlike other ones ye beka say ye fa I'm say Second Republic ye fa most of it from the British system. Ina ema ye nya prime minister and ye be nya president being ceremonial president. But say the they can say yeah the ahuru bi ani na afra na yenso ende kakra isu say betimi dey account 30 years I can say it has been the most successful constitution Ghana use because near it can buy and survival I think 9 years correct. First Republic no. Second Republic about 18 months. Not even 2 years. Third Republic BM's less than 2 years as well. There's 79. Yeah, same 79 and I'm say 81 and 82 so. Now, you started with 92 near Dabedu Sabri. I think so far so good. And so send you to baby no. Nipa brabo kra ne do baby a say ogina. Now we say aha me kan say me kɔ ne say na ehin na medu. Baby a medu no. Hanga ka say me twa no. Ewara na ana e bia me sha ase no kra na ha me kan say me ne say but me no ho. That's what Brony be kan review. Enti abrabo bia no aya na ehia. Ehia say obeye nsiesie. Obeye nhwemu kakra na nsiesie bo ha watimi aye. Enti meka say won a wo call for say be ye zakra kakra we constitution no. Me no won ye adwen. Yeah, brave because we powers are say na dodo na aka no ye dem a young president na say eso. Afi oko parliament na yesusu say was ye ministers no dodo na fi parliament. And so here eyama parliament na hoden no aba form kakra because the we ministers if you no nea at the only policy bar how will the person oppose it enye ye papa so nka ye ne say parliament be checkmate the executive name be ho nso executive no be proposal and there ba they say parliament mi gina nan so no otimi hwe ade o there ba ne say ampani ampa say e ho be ba mfa so amayen anna say ahore man mfa so mayen nia eti prempren yi akwa design ne abribia no the opposition will have their say and then the ruling government will have their way. Pendo do na no sa na kwaye ning. Nti I think say gebetimi ayensa cry wo mu a eye. I obekayam say President Mills eto Constitutional Review Commission.
Yeah.
Where proposals be near de buy. Ebedu young fan say mre ansona Nyankopon to nsa frɛ President Mills. And President Mahama so a buy. They issue white paper. If the white paper near a bang so adventure also a war that proposals no. And no more no yentimi implementing we copim say bang for free MPP abang so buy. Ebi say ye be elect young chief executives MMDC. And so over here ya twa fa yemboa na pay the white paper do na sabri no ban also to say aban appoint nipa na an nominate nipa be bia ba na be num number of people na assembly no enkoto won so aba na so friend den omanfo no ento won so aba ade no mu no eno so yentimi ensi gina kopem say aban so ba no so ayenia Bidin. I think say ansa ye betimi aye total overhaul our young constitution yemu no rachre say yes an ye referendum biom so okay sana mran be kire nti ya ye bibia wie no ansa ye betimi aye alteration bia no so manfo nyina ko kire won adwen na ye nya I think 2 tests ana meboa na 50+1 just as ye elected president na me de sansa cry nen so aba enye bibi ketwa tra de se ne a ye mu bi wa bontan aye ka no adwuma mu meka ne se parliament adwuma ditru na no gina committees a ahorowa ewo parliament wan hwe a obeka se bia MPB wo parliament a on kasa so okode committee a odaso a a lot of contributions nia yen entimi nwi a setekese ewo sa yen parliamentary system ni mu ni say manfo bebre feel say parliamentarians no won na say we akwan we nsu we nema bebre I think sa ho no agwazo be hwa yentimi emfa gina isini amanfo ntiase ni nwie peyeye parliamentarian ne ye the people's representative okwa ben makoboa mrahye asokobua ya yemfa nsa amrahye ntinka na adwuma pa nye ekwan yi ana nsuye hwe yen local government system na anka sa ne maneme nyina ye assembly a wo sa district wo na se wo hwe sa adwuma nyina ye ban ne de na obetimi aye ne se ono so the common fund bebre won on IGF a wo de beka ho MP or ye member of an assembly, but on ye decision maker. Okay, okay, assembly MP or a member, but only voting right. Inti ono na holding pa ewo local assembly no. And yet that's strong. Say obeko ebi a parliament akoye na djuma oho. Inti anka development agents ne wonga wo yen mensing assembly no mo. I think say ebia NCC was a light team no. Obehia adwuma kese a obetimi aye. Because I want said it. Thank you obechire yen constitution ni yen dodo amemu no ni adema. Ni me bia ebia titin amanfo betimi enya ntiase wo. But one other department obehia yen resource won. Because it's na make yen resource won. NCC mpeng dodo ahen na yet won kan.
They no musun ska.
Exactly so. As on kebia ene kra de nyankopon ya doma won adwuma no. Egusu yemra in terms of say various radio stations aba.
Yeah.
Inti nka obetimi enya airtime. But ni nyina esikasem. Say banga abesenko ni nyina no. And share down more home modern aso ene. So nka ohwe mpa na say yen democracy a pese ye ebedi ntintimanga na ebegina yɛase a yɛbɛnya ɛwɔ yɛn amanyɔsɛm because ɛno na ɛbɛtumi ama nipa biara no pɛ sɛ exercising franchise a take informed decision obɛtumi anya biribi a ɔno awɔ ne ntiase because sɛbi asɛm ka obiara a ɔyɛ Ghana ni anadwen mu da hɔ na waboro mfiri yɛadu nwɔtwe no ɔwɔ kwan sɛ wotumi to aba na ne ntiase a wanya ansa watumi akɔto na hɔ ne a ne ehia paa ne yɛ ebi da so ka sɛ omede wɔwo mu to party bi nti emu na mefi so na me ga wate ase nti no come what may party ne bomodin o party ne momodin o ɔno di mu no wɔ enso wo de toto other traditions a wɔnya ne saa wɔgyina policies and programs a nipa no susu sɛ ɔde ba na ɔde abɛboa manfo yɛn political parties ɛwɔ Ghana obi a wɔne ideology especially NDC and NPP enso ebia unya bre pa na obi sɛ na NPP kura no mo ideology ne na kyerɛ nipa a wɔbɛtumi akyerɛ wase no wɔn a sɛbe wɔn te ase bɛdɔɔso akyɛ wɔn a wɔte ase paa enti ehia saa na ma nyinaa no ebia NCC yɛtumi resource wɔn obɛtumi ama yɛate ase dan ne no friend social democracy ebi kura da so for say social democracy na socialism but it's entirely different program altogether enti ya meka ne say ni nyinaa be kwa kwagina say NCC bit mama no home aban resource won ebetimi aye referendum o ebetimi aye review or yan constitution minim say nia
amema 1 minute
yo President Mills Abreso review no proposal with the buy no and no na that's because now imiti say o say President Kufuor so reto other commission bi say committee bi a won so be kwa hwe say ebetimi review and I review and me nya nwie nenti ase ebia daache woma won kwan a obefa so de atoto won niam a ebeti ase se obefa de down no ebia won aye master app and I say obey entirely
okay that's an MPC there na mamima Benjamin Jewu apia Benghazi NPP minti ono so Benghazi akwaba
over darling boy
momwe
you go so to me nyina era mefa wa we free kasi be mo kodu minche wetie fo na minche minia nim opay over anope ze am there me late kakra etiefo won fanchem bibi tosin kakra wo baby when akwanya so minche a o constituency chairman our friend chairman ahin Cape Coast North minche na minche ne able executives nyina no pay ofa masu minchi awaso me fanka ne adwuma pa mobo ediama oman
30 years of parliamentary democracy. I mean, from 1993, honum siya de beya yatne musa radia darman kakranka. So far, parliament jumedi omedi senator so any constitution krebi kase well ebeya yentimi nyensa kra wo bi kra so se yentwro no foforo kra wadwenkyere Benghazi
ofakosi me de ubisamia me to be frank nyame kan say nyame ne oman Ghana edini ye many edini ye esan say nneoma ekoso wo wiase afa na nyina no o hwe the way a Ghana me aboye ho ban akoso ama for the period of this years in I am witnesses civil war right after independence no see who say Yankopon ni edini I didn't tell na make asa over we neighbors for mo twa ho ahie nyina wonu menya civil war pe ayeden na civil war eba civil war nhwehwemu akere say civil war ne kase na kokodiri say a man no timamufo na omonte kabima min kabiase no ena kofa sa civil war no yede de ba basi broni ese democratic rule na odeba yanka say ye kasa animu a ofa eno ne say ofa kwasi wo betumi akere wadwen ebia me ne wo nya adwen But since I watch the wadwene no, na ɛyɛ directly opposite to me ma adwene nkyerɛ no. Ɛno ne nkyerɛ sɛ ɛsɛ yɛ kontɔkwa. Inti 30 years deɛ yɛnhyɛ down ko ahe bia as compared to US no ne UK no almost started democratic rule almost about 100 years and over. Ɛbɛboro koraa sɛ me yɛhwɛ mu yie a US no started over 200 years nie. But the Ghana is student and Kamaka say Ghanaians are fast learners. Esa say ebi ma menka bi ba ye no. Ghana fo dodo na agye ato me say ɛyɛ ade a ɛsɛ obi a kyerɛ na adwene. Ɛnse sɛ yɛde ntɔkwa ana ehunehuna ɛde hyɛ obi ɛka obi hyɛ sɛ ma ne nka na adwene. Obi a to me ka na adwene. Na oka wadwen a ebia ne a yɛn yafa ne sɛ ondi anim no obetumi afa betumi yɛtene ne sɛ kabi amambuo no ɛyɛ adeɛ bi a ɛde impuntu ɛde ba esan sɛ wɔfa me fitrɔtrɔ mu ba nyinaa metie wi wo sɛ yɛnya ku ɛne adeɛ abra yɛnya ku no na yɛ state na ɛte sɛn we kɔ na we aba na we abetu wei na we abetu wei ɛno ɛna ma development a anka yɛn nyinaa anka ɛsɛ yɛ witness ana anka yɛnya no ɛsan sɛ nipa korɔ na deɛ hunu ana ne vision a ɔwɔ ma ɔman no obi ne nya adwin nti no na wakɔfa tuo na waba abetu no afi akɔ tanti ne ndwuma pa ɛne ne tirim pɔ adeɛ a na anka ɔpɛ sɛ ɔyɛ ma ɔman ne nyinaa no ɛkɔ na ato agu esan sɛ na nipa korɔ no moyi no afi akwa no so. But with democracy no obi anim say there was specific number of terms. The 4 years unim say 4 years yi ubetumi edi aye adwuma bi ukɔ na ukɔye niye na timamufo agye wutum na so ɔmoka sɛ second one no nso no ɔmo de bɛka ho a na wonya wotirima ayɛ den edidim over ebi mami kabi no me de ne kura nyame anim 30 years ne de isa but osha Ghana yabɔ yɛ ho mmɔden in a sense say yɛnya basabasa yobia na say na mekenkan GIPC for ɔmo report a abane ne say ɔmo so ɔmo hyia investors a sɛ ɔmo ni ɔmo ba Ghana hanom ɔmo ba bebie ndwuma ɛde ama ɔman Ghana question a ɔmo bisa ana ɔmo kɔ consultancies hɔnom foɔ no ana researchers ɔmo wɔ Europe ne adeɛ no ne sɛ Ghana ne stability te sɛn nti ansa na obi ɛde ne sika ɛbɛba abɛhyɛ wo man mu sɛ ɔba bebie ndwuma ɔba abɛyɛ biribi wɔ hanom no first na ɔhyɛ ne ne sɛ ana kuro yi a mekɔ so yi ɔmo suban te sɛn ana ɔmo stability level ɛte sɛn sɛ kɔ a mekɔ yi ndwuma a mekɔ akɔ bie yi ana wɔn mo to aba a ntɔkwa taasi ana basabasayɔ ɛwɔ kurom hɔnom ɔmo judiciary ne te sɛn executive powers no ɔmo use ne sɛn legislature wɔn mo ɔmo hyɛ mbra no nso ɔmo ɛyɛ dɛn na ɔmo hyɛ mbra no like saa nneɛma nyinaa no obi a ɔyɛ investor ɔpɛ sɛ ɔde ndwuma a na sika bɛwura ɔman Ghana mu no GIPC kyerɛ a saa investors yi no mu nyinaa ɛhwɛ saa nneɛma nyinaa ansana ɔmo de sika aba abɛhyɛ ɔman no nti yɛdeɛ yɛayɛ lucky report now from GIPC over kwesi na wobɛkae a wone yɛwura yɛofi grant edi nkɔmmɔ no the other time I will interview na bra no ɔwɔ Dubai no ɔka kyerɛ yɛ sɛ there has been a number of headquarters company headquarters a wɔnom sɛbesɛbe na ebinom wɔ Kenya ebinom wɔ Nigeria ebinom wɔ South Africa ebinom wɔ Angola a sisi a wɔnom saa big companies ni nyinaa no omo relocate aba Ghana hanom of course wobebisa say adentia na sa countries inum nyina wo honom a na nka first omo headquarters ewo honom asisi a omo move edi aba Ghana company bi ti say Coca-Cola company bi ti say Guinness Ghana ese omo ye nhwehwema hu say Ghana for relative about 30 years no the way antokwaye ene basabasa ye bia embaye abraye to aba no eye ade a aboa omo companies ma omo thriving over the years inti omo shedin na omo se no ebe hia se omo be yi sa omo headquarters no e wo sa various countries ya ma bobodi ni nyina no omo ne omo ba Ghana hanom inti me ne wo ka say countries and our companies akese ebre omo headquarters ni nyina aba Ghana because of the stability yatsere kebi mami kebi amembuo no ya amembuo bia ye te ase ba wofa ye ka ni nyina akire no se wo san so hu se Ghana ye culture no so ka ho na ama ye drum pempen so a ye duri esan se Ghana yankasa ye dodo na no we are a peace loving people ye yankofo bi a ye mpe basabasa ye yankofo bi a ye pe asomdwe esim bibia twese ntokasi ewa abonten na wo maame ate se bi a dede bi kwaso wa abonten upie kura bekasa akwasi na wodi menkwa abonten esan se ntokwa ekwa abonten ewo abonten ntino wo maame bepa ochokra se empie nkwa abonten enti ye culture no enso ye ade bi a aboa yen in this democratic rule ye nyina ye enjoy and we should never say ye beyi ye culture ana ya mamre afimu kra nyame adom keke ena sitia no ye no so pity in the early 1920s yati ase anampo ebia beyond we fi tribe we a eno no nkyere se onka ye ho oye asantini a ubetumi aware ahonani oye hausani a ubetumi aware mosini oye christian a ubetumi aware muslim inti saa nyoma enum nyina no ama ye hu se ye nyina eye nipa baako te ye ko school a wofa boarding house oye fantini oye hausani oye dagatini oye frafrani a ye nyina ye ko school bom ye tena class baako ebia ye wo boarding house a wo betumi ada top bed oye fantini ye nkase ye ma hausa fo nko different house ye ma christian fo nso nko different house ta nyoma nyina no ma ya ye no eye nyoma bi a atumi aboa yen nti ye nyina ye hu ye ho se ye nipa baako a ofa ye ka ne se nso na se ye hu se eduru ba bi a ye tosin ene mi ni anim na oka no eduru ba bi a ye tosin wo nyoma nkitin won especially wo amanyosem no ebe hia ade baako a eya na eduru ba bi a na ha adwen no
rapape
ene ne se amanyosem no enu pe na eduru ba bi a na akwakoye se segregation kakra abem enu mpo no we need to be very mindful our choice of our actions. And no nebe boy me yetumi atena asomdwem. But so far obi sam ya ade.
Okay. All right. Well, me das you honum say na me ba na niede to aso ye enra MPP ayen sentwefo nhie mu de nsem bi edo to dwa na wo mo compare aye NDC amambuo to aye MPP senior wo mo mienu ne o ma ye na director of communication wa Richard Ahiagba it is as me to dwa me boy ne kakra na maba Ajika Krefi Bengazi on my GB so if any PSC honum say no pay for but my dream chain be either so our hanum see making kind kakra so edi amamu e wo ye dwumedi so just let me just read some more of comments no abano one here from Abdul Rahman back on Old Barrier. A picking of nomination funds by the one-time President Mahama is never a news to every national every Ghanaian. John Mahama we know has nothing new to offer Ghanaians. That's Abdul Rahman back on audio no by Commander do or die, boot for boot, and in terms of unleashing violence, NDC remains incontestable. Enters the NDC flag bearer race. The NDC has accorded Mahama varied descriptions. Solomon Kansa insists Mahama is a pensioner politician, whilst others describe Mahama as new Mahama Keki. That's KWASI, Edriso Besiase, and Wadi Free and Odebaye. See, we know the NDC, as usual, uses economic hardship as campaign tool. Let the NDC know that the MPP is ready to provide a sound communication of its achievement to Ghanaians without running away from the state of the economy. Kwame Ostrani, a CEDU MPP Communication Officer, Finland branch, and Odi Free and Odebaye. Those who are contesting the NPP primaries, whoever wins the MPP primaries will lose the 2024 election. That's Noah Kwasin, Kaswa of Anko, and Odi Free and Odebaye. Need 100.9 Ghana MONTIE so and Wasugwa Kasma baby na non do abo. Yentie ora Richard Ahiagba na yeba yedin komo.
Support that. So the management of the economy under NDC, we're looking at monetary sector development. They talk a lot about inflation. They talk a lot about exchange rate depreciation. They talk a lot about prime rates and the rest. We're looking at depreciation under the NDC. In 2013, the cedi depreciated 14.5%. In 2014, there was a huge spike, about 31.3% our currency depreciated. That led them to go to the IMF, and under the IMF program, the cedi further depreciated by 16%. In 2016, it went down again by 10%. Performance under the NDC monetary sector development, we're looking at inflation at this point. In 2013, inflation stood at 13.5% when former President Mahama took over from himself. In 2014, it went to 17%. It increased. In 2015, it went to 17.7%. And in 2016, it stood at 15.4%. And this year, you look at the effect of the IMF program. So year on year, inflation, if you show the graph, it shows that the NDC is actually increasing inflation. Because if you saw, they took it from 13.5, they never reduced it. They would like to tell you about some days under former President Mills, a few years under him, to say that they had a single-digit inflation. This year is their number. I don't see any single-digit inflation here. It was 13.5, 17%, 17.7%, and 15.4%. They should, when they tell you about single-digit inflation, show them this, that this number exists. They should refer to this one too. Economic performance under the NDC, monetary sector development policy rate. And this is the rate that the Bank of Ghana borrows, or banks lend money from the Bank of Ghana. So it's a key indicator of the price of money. And in 2013, when former John Dramani Mahama took office, a period where everything should be fine. There was no disruption in the economic environment. He likes to go and talk about some China slowdown in production in China. That has nothing to do with us. Has nothing absolute to do with us, but that's what he likes to use to explain their underperformance.
Okay, all right. So studio Hanum say still I'm paying for Hanum saying Benjamin J.O. Apia Benghazi and Enim PSC Hanum saying Benghazi.
Over.
Means I see a few so when I'm Mokofa a press conference by we are my GBF anymore.
Sure, offer. Mijidi say Andra Yura, your communication sector. You are Richard Ahiagba. Nensama or the two dano. Ya idea say yina ye who say Pre Rodo at on mag. Montie over Nukrenya me name. Piano, what's a woman? Yeah, MPP for yen dispute is adian. And in fact, I want to abe wiase afa na nyina. Eno eye ade a ese ye nyina no yete ase. Na me gidi pa se Ghana fo dodo na ate saade na se. Ehia mpo se me repeat wo wafidi kesi. Esa se Ghana fo no ma sebe omutu kwan ekọ abochire. Wo of akwesi aboagye kura wo ka ho. Enwoma na first okọ abochire memfa ne se from 2012 to 2016. Ana ahochire emba wiase afa na nyina. Okọ ye no na enwoma prices na etesen. And at this time, Okonswa and Yoma prices at the same. Inti, you're Richard Ahiaba. A press conference at the man center for now or Chiremu, the reason why MPP, the management, more prudent than Yenyanum NDC for. And see Yenano, yet yes. Now, the foreign bank Cassia and say, Abra. They run NDC led by Omura na Omu leader John Mahama from 2012 to 2016. Clearly, who say na wiase afene nyina na ahochire bia any one. That time na COVID yare embaye. UK ni Russia nsem semi enso embaye. Na saa time na enwoma wiase afa na nyina obia nwoma ekoso wano na Ghana yedi arehom na omampania na saa time otena konya so eye yewura President John Dramani Mahama enwoma oye na ode ahochire kesi baye in the history of our Ghanaian politics, had to do with Dumso. War, Christian Council for Obia Dinanu to Mubi. I want to say in a break Ghana, a bag Ghana. Now, also key indicators now in the areas of agriculture, not performance. There are no Dramani. And as CCR agriculture performance indicators also at the same CCR. Also GDP growth Kenya any GDP growth Yera Mahama no so enya. Now omunya in time pass now you could clearly see said the word. Over. Now me ko form no me pese me ka na Ghana fo nyina nte ase se Ghana fo a sebe wonom etena abochire ya me no wo kase ese 2024 elections wonom de oma no betum ofa obi bebisa se aden no mo so omo de oma no betum wonom say from 2012 to 2016 no na ahochire a na ewo Ghana so no na Ghana pe that time no na COVID mbaye that time na Russia ni Ukraine war no ye ka ho asem a sebe wonu man kasa nim esan se wofa na say ye former president eko Harvard say okwa deliver speech. Over, I have in my hand excerpts of Yewura John Dramani Mahama. Wako Harvard, could deliver the keynote address on the effects of COVID and Russia-Ukraine war. Asema Yewura Mahama ekachira brofo no Harvard no. Or say COVID no any Ukraine war no. Edi insunsuaso kesiye ena ahochire kesiye ena abre Africa eni wiase afa na nyina wensi hono ma no sanso ka se eba African podia yasem eye mobokra esan se COVID ama yehu loopholes ɛwɔ Africa the way a yɛyɛ yɛn nneɛma ɛwɔ yɛ system mu nti ne saa nti no saa ahokyere a aba ɛwɔ ewiase afa na nyinaa no yare bɔne ɛne saa Russia Ukraine war nsunsuansoɔ na ɛwɔ hɔ no ɛyɛ adeɛ a ɛsɛ aborɔfo mutu wɔn ani ɛde bɛhyɛ Africa na wɔfa waka ne saa fɛfɛɛfɛ ɔne aborɔfo ɛdi nukurɛ ɛwɔ abɔkyire ohu aborɔfo no a ɔwɔ nsɛm pa a ɔka de kyerɛ wɔn odi nukurɛ de mu ahụ ɔbaa fie ɛna ɔmo yɛ ne interview na ɔmo bisa President Mahama COVID ɛne Ukraine war yi uhu ne sɛn ɔsi COVID ne Ukraine war no ɛnyɛ biribiara deɛ na ɔgye di paa sɛ ɛyɛ abawe na mambuo bɔne ɛna ama Ghanafoɔ ɛho kyerɛ ɔmo nipa baako yi a ɔkɔ abɔkyire ɛkɔ Harvard ɛkɔ hyia aborɔfo ka kyerɛ ɔmo sɛ COVID ɛne Ukraine war no ɛde nsunsuanso bɔne ɛne ahokyerɛ kɛseɛ aba Africa na ɔsrɛ aborɔfo no sɛ wɔn mo ntu wɔn ani ɛmfa mba Africa na wɔn bɛboa Africafoɔ na ɔbaa fie na ɔbaa Ghana hanom ɛsa amanyɔsɛm nti ɛne power a ɔpɛ sɛ ɔkɔ na ɔkɔgye nti no ɔse ɛyɛ aban wei ɛna amanage ne nneɛma yie na ɔde ahokyerɛ kɛseɛ ɛde abrɛ Ghana. So these are two distinct different views from one same person. Over the urban GDP, your raw growth, our Ghana Hanum 2017, the GDP grew at 8.1%. 2019, the GDP no epejanumu by 6.3%. And now 6.5% at the year 2020. One and a COVID, so no, started say, boy from. The same years, me repeat it, year at John Dramani Mahama, 2013, the economy of Ghana by GDP was by 7.3%. 2014, one enyano by 4%. 2015, enyano 3.9%. 2016, ye so mono, ye babe so mono, na ye 3.7. Na ye peja moko 8.1. Over, but me dear, 10 year Ghana 4, and who say MPP 4, ya boy ya one more day, will be no. The sre NDC 4 say, Oma, yera, any mad water mean, Hanomi. Oma no on any person, Oma ne chance, Oma ye one policy pair. NDC 4 mobile ya, mo ma Ghana 4, omo tomo. One policy pair. And then, me no can say, you're a President Akufo-Addo was solve Ghana problems by 50%. Ube bisa say, eye den na mekasa ofa, oman bia wetu mpon bia no, eye education ina ama oman na tu mpon.
1 minute.
Osha Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Taiwan. Ene, yenu omu nyina na start ye, omaba be pa ye ho a. Eye education omudi eka eto oka so e make sure say ombe ma omumba ene omumba emba ba ne obi biara akọ school ena ama ende Singapore aye Singapore enu bi na yeru Akufo-Addo e di eka atoka so over time na amususu ano te mimi die minim patu na akasa me hwe wani ma wo no ye DB inti ye bia na wo maame no papa ika wo fie dada inti wo no wambre but yenu mu binom ye maame nom omo kyra wonu mu maame koton omo ntoma ekoto omo njapade bi ansa na omo tumi akọ school ɛna awofo bi nom so a sɛbe
yɛ ne sie na me ma nim piese mre
sɛbe wɔnom antumi amfa ɔmo mba nkɔ school no ɛnɛ wɔnom ɔmo kɔ school ɛne wɔnom ɔmo ankɔ school no ɔmo nyɛ pɛ nti wo fa kwasi aboagye pity time a wosua nyinaa no meme die minim sɛ wo no woyɛ dibi wo maame ne wo papa ɔmo ne wakɔ abokyire saa wonyini still abokyire no wogu so kɔ
asa
obi a wankɔ school no ɔntumi ɛmfa no ho nyɛ dɛn ɛntoto free education na yɛde aba no ɛyɛ adeɛ a ɛbɛboa ɔman Ghana in the next 10 years but ne ɛyɛ me yɛ koraa ne sɛ yɛde free SHS yi bɛyi ɔno nipa baako
ɛmpakyɛ wie
yɛwura ayarega a ɔyɛ Bɔko Central MP ɛde free SHS policy no ɛde kɔ Supreme Court sɛ ɛbɛyɛ anka ɔmo mbɔntungu ɛna ɛbɛyɛ anka Ghanafoɔ ɛntumi nkɔ so
medase Bengazi medase ɛhome so kakra na mema unua anim PSC nso mmerem na menti kakra anim so MPP ɛnra mo de ɔmo nsɛm atodwa menim sɛ bia ɔmampanyi sɛnea na Richard kasa na akɔyɛ sɛ ɔmampanyi dada Mahama form si ɔkɔfa etutu ɔm kakra ma ɛde nsɛm atodwa sɛ Mahama deɛ ɔnkɔ baabiaa na ɔhwɛ record yi koraa ne NDC mo record a paa sɛ Ghanafoɔ sɛ ɔmo ba bɛgya MPP fa ato hɔ no ma san kɔfa NDC deɛ daabi nsɛm a wɔmo de atodwa yi deɛ na moka ho
yo aja me da ase ese na odi kankan na mse enuanom MPP sɛ nyɛ President Mahama forms yi ho asɛm a wɔde ahopre kɔyɛ saa press conference anka na edi kan no na ehia mpo sɛ obɛka kɔka saa ntɔkwa yi and I think sɛ menim nipa a ɔde saa adwen no bae ɔmehu sɛ na General Secretary nso te wɔ bi ɛnti saa de anka mɛka sɛ me nua Richard goof big time Minia Yehu Apia Kasei Meti say I'm back in the days 2016 ran away a campaign no this answer ma okay I think says I Ghana for one person answer me yet ni aye nua no fa ho asem bae no economy no baby aye do and no person here say under President Mahama, otimi manage economy no echen nia President Akufo-Addo ayeyan. Itinka eye database. And asani ebe nso de figures na wo ho e wa abonten. Na wo pese hu bi a okofa budget statement from 2017 MPP buy. Now for budget statement from 2013 President Mahama buy and now 2008 NDC bar power. Ubenya all the figures to buttress your point. Na near area ho is at this time of the day obi any to as a Ghana economy no atetewa pansam under President Akufo-Addo on na make say in your Richard me nim near ma okoye sa press conference Ghana economy no atetewa pansam tenti atetewa pansam say ye wo sovereign rating agencies ofa Moody ofa Fitch ofa Bloomberg ofa SMP wọ́n na bibia na mansa horo nyina yen modern bo wo yen sikasem ho wo hwe ma yehu waje busia bebre na obetimi atua obema all the data waje busia bebre wuntimi ntua obema all the data then na sa rating agencies in kafa Ghana ho o se Ghana yen economy no junk wonga ama sese bibia yen level na ba no na ni kra de fe da abedu D. Yes, you're defaulting in all our obligations. And Ghana, yenga abang de yenka wo Ghana kurumha, Ghana fumba, internal debtors. We're going to ya. So, on timin tuya wonka wo de no, intino, osre, woma wanyan shishe fufuru. Nenu krampo no, osre menam de aka ho. Because me mfatu hunti. On timin tuya. Meno waka say, Abangi commitment. The case will go to ya. Emma ne foreign debtors. Wongo do wonka foreigners. Eurobond money ade no. $40.1 million When to me and to our default. Wonga, water bond, I'm mature. As at last February, 6 February, as a bank to ya, capre, untimin to ya ye. And to Koka Santo Koya Babe Yeden. I say, of I am here in this is. Yen Yanum per se yentum hook, line, and sinker. Say, maybe I away, you will have because of COVID and a Russian-Ukraine war. Yeah, sure, say, what communicate Russian ambassador Ogana at the Barbonting about sack claim na and say, any impact be asked through our Ghana, so because ye important to be in Russia, and I important to be in Ukraine. Now, what the next why? A then pa na COVID aye Ghana. COVID ba Ghana 14th March 2020. So bakay. Pacho mi kuta Bloomberg. One market survey bi awoye. Any the TFU be here. At the DPF also Ghana city falls record as foreign investors shun Ghana bonds. A date no February 22nd, 2019. Na COVID the ma Ghana ye. The Ghana economy ni sha city toy. The senior World Bank a country director and catch Ghana for no say young economy back in 2019 na fi say and that was when na fi IMF obekaya nti aban modern bo obai no de betu no nyina IMF aye call in 2015 sika wotwa ma Ghana President Mahama Abreso no onya first tranche ne pe 3 tranches. First one President Mahama about $300 million. Amounting to over $600 million. Yefi IMF pe no mamun amani ye basa. And Nana Akufo-Addo, President Mahama Abreso oje Eurobond 3 billion. President Gufo 750. And we no Nana Akufo-Addo nkwenji over $11 billion from Eurobond alone. Bilateral partners. And the artists also work for China for about 5 billion bia okoje fi ho and ne yeke ka ho. Nti oman no baby aye wo no. Ye wa have because of say aban oteso no we mu oman ni ye. Oje bosia sebi went me invest bosia bono into productive ventures. Ye betimi anya scan bi dia kwakotu ya. Etesa na sebi o. Pasora no pay. No bia what is also bia koje bosia. Bosia no oje no da kwato taxi. Ono ya no drive na de. Nti at the end of the day obenya bi abu anu de akotua neka ezo tua bibia brano obi nso akoje bosia o de akoto nam ne Guinness anom enti ono no se breso se sokotua ni ska onye ska ne mfa nkotua eno ne ohawa aban edi Ghana kom ayan fa ne mako Ghana under President Mahama 2016 na yan kanyina yede both external and domestic man has bonds ayeje and in the Akoje Amanoneno, now 122 billion Ghana cedis. Okay, source now, State of the Nation address, February 2017. Now the 14.1 billion. The 14.1 billion. And the services are debt, no? Interest payment and amortization. Back to 2022. Budget in the young Kasabre no. 2022 now why a budget in my and that kind of rata no. Now yen kaya 341.8 billion from 122 billion no. Now go to 341.8 billion. And no more the 45.39 billion na services are debt no. As of today, Ghana kaya 575.7 billion Ghana cedis. Enti ye pase services are debt now. You hear over 60 billion to service debt. Back over interest payment and amortization. The prepare wa hey Ghana yentimin to yanka because abano bosi awaje no akosoro dodo. Ye misa say bosi oje no investment ben pa no why ebetimi de atu ye. Ye ka say no se yemfa en ho nkoto. Yen kasa ban ya bomoden tina sa aka bebrebe e ye bosi abonkwan ho. Yemfa revenue emeka ho ye. And they say why implement free SHS. Free SHS according to budget, tika akum enu 10 billion. And they say why Jebosia ama Ghana kana 575.7 billion. Now they move 10 billion. Free SHS But you scan can away. Are you telling me says getting in Amadi? Masayana na. Ya making Unkoya who did the oil field the BSaso. Was it? Now say car be do ho. What I say? And now pesi mo munkunta and wako fa free say saba. Enti se bosia bonu mo kra ye nisco internally. Na namba be ho na nka me be. Because sika ye gya ewo enema President Mohammed Jauman and Ekufado. Ye be from oil. Oil receipt enye sika ketwa. O did 3 fields so. Jubilee, 10 field, and a Sankofa. Under President Mahama, na Jubilee field pe. Enti se what nya sa sika bebrebe na unhu nya ode ye. Ye miss a revenue ahroa ye nya from other sources. Gold receipt. Enti ye ke sika pa be di na Ekufado nsem a aye into trillions of Ghana cedis. Trillions. Now the 10 billion, less than 10 billion, a free SHSR, who say a kuntebu, and into Ghana a bre. Cover the day in Yayan community will must because Auditor General report what the better abundant about COVID expenses. Of course, is our argument. Now, she will not know because Bra Finance Minister called Parliament so Kwakubun Kuntano. Obun Kuntaya a cover just less than 50% of total tika yenyai. Nenum pono, tam kunta no buino. COVID-related expenses are no one year. Less than 50%. Besides, a scanner kana a bit maya, 100%. Also, or they don't know a support budget. I said you, Sabia Samka. It won't to me no cry mobia, and to once in soon in the man. I'll quack a bonocron. Yo, offer. Sabi Asamka. Woman, only now, when you're about 110 years. Nipa do ye denga o mresu a obe. O ya abrewade nso ebusuan fusu meboa. Sika mo say e de ya abrewa yin e ye 10,000 cedis. Ba munya nsa abode 50,000 cedis. Ofa e wo mo say wa hwere woni na de. Na so abrewa wu amfa kamrel. Abrewa wu COVID ama Ghana ho ankyere ho kwan bia so. Ohwe nipa ewi e wo India. Nipa ewi e wo Brazil. Nipa ewi e wo Italy. Nipa ewi wo Spain. Nipa ewi wo all over the world. A pandemic. They can't Togo. They can't Cote d'Ivoire. They can't Benin. They can't Walter Burkina Faso. What's one indices? One modern bo. Because you consider one indices. You miss as a country bank and now your debt exchange. Apart from Ghana, in the entire African continent, no. Among bank and a debt exchange. Among bank. Tama your friend then Jamaica here one day and under COVID. And far before COVID. Yes, because I'm more fast more than a tongue and so any. Nanay, Yakakusini say, Nanakufa do abreso. Ye miss a say, who offer President Mahama abreso. Na interest rate na ya. President Mahama abreso. Offer. Na inflation na ye 15.1%. And na ye 53.1%. 15 and 53. Under President Mahama, na ye can unemployment rate they are about 6.8%. And then more Brazil, over 15%. And then pa na wo Ghana, you bet me aka say abani abono ho modin a eyem faso de e Ghana. President Mahama 2016 okono, oja wo buffers. Near wo Esla. Esla no sika dem. Anye kura no ja be $3 billion bitum. Now, aye de tua legacy debt. Esla no mo buy no mo de akwa koje bosia. Now was sunset clause. I was saying in 5 years. And now you copy in 2032. And so and energy sector hono obia deka. Obia deka for VRA, for Agrico, na for ECG. Scan makwa ko jabedi. Man fanye na somebody. President Mahama kono oja o GIIF. Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund. Yesika na demo. Say ebedu baby no anka ye nkon kopebo siem pansa be infrastructure ogan oja osika tomo eno wa ba be fa di kapre kura nim Ojao Stabilization Fund. What Babe Fedi? Sika bi enim. Ojao Exim Bank. No na na odi tun sa odi aye ya 1 district 153 say ekosi hin o say ekosi hin o. Enti President Mahama enya Ghana okomrim. Under President Mahama 2016 no. Or to me handle the budget with zero support from Bank of Ghana. Because how you aware? When you bosia 1 CD, Bank of Ghana in 2016, Mpinti Capre, ama President Mahama to support ne budget. But today, and under Nana Kufuado, Kenofurata and Dr. Baumia, Bank of Ghana, printed 55 billion Ghana cedis. Ediama Bank. 55 billion illegally because Ankabe printiska from Central Bank Ghana, according to Ghana Public Financial Management Law, no. As I say, would they 3% of your previous revenue? Sika yenya in 2022. You can see here when printiska bang ya and can say 3 billion Ghana cedis. And say 3 billion Ghana cedis, let alone 5 billion, and then 55 billion Ghana cedis. Abayaka. Inti misre. Tamo pentokol bi akofa ba. Onfam fa baby foforo. Na mom to compare President Kufuado, Dr. Baumia, and Ekonofurata economic management team. But say yeah, we nga plunge Ghana into extreme poverty. And ne vaccines krakeke. Vaccines wadi mamofra e hospitals. A short to aye nibi. Vaccines. Inti here dumso. When you understand President Mahama Ghana Dumso, you see, it's funny. Dumso no kofa fi no de beja on. Dumso no e yade a waton wo baby. What does it bring? Then e de ba Dumso.
Yeah.
Merisi. Na Merisi no, they can nipa wa bua me ne Ghana energy no. Yenya excess capacity. You people claim say o ma munya excess capacity. Meaning say wa ma mo capacity e do so chan ya na everywhere. It happened at the President Mahama.
Okay.
So if you claim this, once I began to say doom so, na mo best solve ya. Over the years, the Energy Commission experts advice President Kufuor say Ghana no baby ayekeka kono. Population need grow. In the US at least every year no you be add about 2 megawatts to our energy stock. 2 megawatts production stock. President Kufuor address no o commission MRIP. We be 60 megawatts be mining companies form consortium. Or kono no start to build up.
All right.
Under President Mahama, over 4,000 megawatts of generation. 4,000. Ama yenya Mary, yenya car power, yenya baby refuge. Dumso, over the years. Under President Mahama, as he promised, I will fix it, and he really fixed it.
Medasi. Kwame Abuagye Cape Coast, former president. Former President Mahama has been an assemblyman, deputy minister, minister, vice president, acting president, and president. So the question all Ghanaians are asking him is, what at all did former President Mahama want to do for Ghana that he has not done? All right, Kwame Abuagye, and Odiwe Bye. Abbas Amogobo from Ofinso says, former President Mahama to contest again is a great news for Mother Ghana. With this horrible economic condition in Ghana, Mahama, an experienced president, is what we need to get to the country from the ditch that the MPP has led us into. That is Abbas and Odiwe Bye. Please tell the desperate former president Mahama that the discerning Ghanaians are fed up with him and his incompetency, so he should stop deceiving himself and the NDC. One from Emmanuel Kweku Yamwa. And Odia no buy. Bukaila Jonas Adia from Keri says former President Mahama coming again isn't much a news for me at all. It's obvious that as it stands, he's the only hope left for the NDC. But as to whether he can clinch the ultimate by winning the general election is another subject for discussion. We in the NPP knows how to win over Mahama. That is Mukaila Jonas Adia from Keri. Amisko Spelele Ewokaswa says, in fact, JDM we know from 2008-2016 is still the same, who hasn't changed. Undeniably, the Ghanaian electorate acknowledged the good works of President Nana Addo Dankwa and will vote for the MPP to continue the development. Amisko Spelele. Meshak Asante from Abusokan says, Harry. the long-awaited messiah of our time. JDM has finally picked his nomination form to contest for the for the position of the NDC flag bearership, and he has been victorious already. Mesha Kasante Abusokan. Pitri Brim Aberoanko. So, what at all has Mahama left at the Jubilee House, and he wants to go back for it? Assemblyman, MP, Minister, Vice President, and President still. You are not satisfied. We go show you Pepper in 2024. Pitri Brim Aberoanko. I plead that today the Finance Minister would explain more and better on debt bond issue for Ghanaians to agree and understand the government, especially the pensioners. Master read the message. I don't know if it's... It's sickening listening to Ahmed Ibrahim compare his analysis to propaganda to that of Osei Mensah Bonsu. Ahmed Ibrahim was only engaging in comparison and didn't answer your questions. Some of us listening to your program to be educated, not just the political of Ahmed Ibrahim. Majority leader raised a definite point why he thinks that the outmoded 1992 constitution be changed. Akwesi, why are those in the Alan camp crying and insisting on the call for early Congress? There's already campaigning. They are already campaigning on the party to sanction Wontumi and not on prayer. Campaign no Ayeka Ana Unel and Ponsan Eddie Free Amsterdam. And then so mean to me focus. I'm no call. Let me take the closing remarks from Mimpeni Fui na Yanso Adenko. Bengazi.
Over.
Closing remarks. No, do chat.
Oh, sir. Anka me pesa anka me ma minia enim. And men correcting on various but also time ni one man. So me man akwenya me catch and say Ombo one social policy Ghana for benefits from the NDC. Went to me and can't. Yeah, buy the free SHS aba. Free SHS are the abano. Ghana ni bia etumi kobi. And ne Ghana for a wabuchre. I'm telling you this. Ghana for mo wabuchre. Etumi kachre yen say. This time, Omasumuchi Omomo, because say, Obia ni Ghana Hanoma befre won. Say, offer, Bosumina Sumi ko school. And now wafa see ko school nti only school fees into mun sani bin fambre ewa hanom. Anka this time abrochire aye den omosu omu hu omame. Anka omo sanso aba betua school fees wo Ghana hanom. Capitation grant. And then akure biara oko school biara. Sebi anopa entoma wendidi wo fie dia awia enkobo 12 de aban man kula ni nyina aduane free emomudi inti Ghana sikana ye kan ho asem no ebinu mu baaye wonu ma fa anya hia ebetumi aboa Ghana fo efie bia mu obia betumi aka se oh me ba we wanya we free because aban the sa policy we ba ya ade ahoto de maaye. And so, one must also aqua for the same person. So, on mefa forms. Now, on bedi gano, who any mobile. Then the war one, and o text about Kodia Bano. O man penny, Yamia yo wadom. What the assemblyman da? What the minister da? Why a deputy minister babe a substantive minister? Akoswa Yamia Shram wabe vice president. What babe yo man penny? Then Ben crab bill and I was show we are seeing. Obia oye nibre ena wo mano ade a nani nso wa ye wa famu de kotena baby na mumbie kwan ma obi foforo nso no no so nye dai ombra but President Akufo-Addo wa ye ade and me his legacy will forever live on. Free SHS no alone kra no has solved our future problems and we are grateful for that.
Medasi Bengazi of NPP ma PCA so meet you.
That's it. Onza ntokwa na fnope na to akeka. Yenya campaign ni achire ni a oyi buy obey. Mo na mo den ntokwa na ba say yenka economy ho asem. The economic issues na deal with. At the right time, we roll out young programs and Ebetena free so no just in nyansa che won e wa bontin no. Owo nimdie. Nti na e kan bia no wotimi hwehwem pepepe. I'm not here to answer your questions. I'm here to answer questions from Yakwa. Anamebwa. Mpato akwesi abwaje meda. Oh, please. Nyabotre, unse make water. Okaze no bia for
one policy ya boy.
Bengazi. Bengazi.
Okasa no bia kra nim se mekofie. Ni aye kan se enne wofa. Na nka obi your friend debt to GDP ratio. No natural oman no wahoden awo. Ka wode ene wo access nema wo. Under President Mahama 2016 na debt to GDP ratio ni 56%. Ene 106%. Inti utonga ne nyina yenga japade ayewo ahode e ka ho ne ade nyina boma. Ese se san pebosia ka ho anse etima koton sorry ye dia kotua yenka. Meaning se utonga na kro bia rento. Ghana no yanka suching yang value. That is what it means. And into oko IMF's Debbie, that kaidi yesuro, yen share bi krada. They now say mebuawi. Ya discard 3 billion now. Now they are to over $70 billion. Ebe dey ye. Into kona ko pacho na senkrofo ba ma okwan na eja wo kana ba form. Nyesa wo de chewo. Ni wo ne de be yan hye foforo. No on now wo kan ni manim yade a. Ebe ma osika no. Into kona ko manemra down to 65%. And when I say yen kong mi offer, ye will be a friend no forex reserve. And on at least ye de be ma dollars I keep pound sterling keep foreign currencies. Ye de be ma businessmen, it be ma nga okofa oil ni ade diaba. Abangi buy in 2016 no near what 3.5 months import cover. And then and then cover the where this kana manabeka 2 months import cover. 2 months. Enti prempren yi start renchem bisi na omanfo se o ye pe bibi kakra na de akotwa ye ho a oman no bia ye wo state wo muni eno nti na nya won wa se mo abreso mo beto dollar 3.7 cedis to the dollar 3 cedis 70 pesos and na ye over 13 cedis for a dollar enti anya won wa se petrol na ye ton sa abre no mu de eno na ye the commodity na no bo yedin e was for some young kind of oil industry no na petrol was ahead of diesel na 14 cedis
but closing remarks
per gallon and na the 14 cedis no at 1 liter it is very clear that what the eyi to President Mahama ho President Mahama ya color TV a so about 50 inches na ya tonga mobi nipa no kran so a wentua yenka na ya akogye black and white no ofa wo so enso just o bonaso mansa e bia picture bia baso mo ahwe ne saa me wani hwe ne aye bompan ne se ebraso say NDC internal elections me who how MPP flow say President Mahama wakodi assemblyman and wakoye mate da and na fa ho ben wasem ben anka monye mo de no famra economic measure na enne say we guan afi Ghana economy because what take to up some cover books no wa chire nema wom no de be ma lectures zana mu gu abonten amoye.
Okay.
That is not what we want. Yeah, a real solution. Do it. That's why you are there.
Edasi. In PSC, a member of the communication team of NDC, Amanyukono, and Benjamin Jehu Apia Bengazi, also of the MPP communication team. And pay, painful in any of the Jumano.